Good morning and welcome to the County Ground in Northampton. We are just about ready to get underway for round 3 of the 2026 Rothesay County Championship. The umpires, players making their way out to the middle. We are powered here by Daffabet, Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm going to be joined on days 1, 3 and 4 by Aaron Viles. Earlier on today, Middlesex won the toss. They elected to have a bat first. That was Loose Deploy winning that and making the decision. And the visitors will line up as follows. Sam Robson, Josh DeCaries, Max Holden, Loose Deploy, Ben Geddes, Ryan Higgins, Joe Cracknell, Zafar Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm and Navya Sharma. And the hosts, Northamptonshire, they will line up with Ricardo Vasconcelos, Luke Proctor, Calvin Harris, and Nathan McSweeney. Safe Save, James Sales, George Bartlett, Lewis McManus, Ben Sanderson, Liam Guthrie, and Harry Conway. Thank you for joining us. We are looking forward to a full 4-day bumper fixture between these two counties. Aaron, how are you?
Yeah, very good. Even better now. Always an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be here at the county ground. And we were talking about this just before the broadcast started, but for both teams, it feels like a big game, doesn't it? Of course, for Middlesex, they're coming into this off the back of defeat at home against Worcestershire. As for Northants, well, in terms of their season so far, it was a battling draw, wasn't it? First up against Lancashire right here at Wantage Road. And then they probably had the better of the cricket down in Canterbury. But unfortunately, the weather played a bit of spoil sport. But you look at these two teams on paper, we see them as contenders for promotion this season. This one, providing that the weather stays fair, should be an absolute blockbuster.
Yeah, absolutely right. Two good results for the hosts in different circumstances at the start of the 2026 season. That final day thriller against Lancashire and a very, very one-sided affair at Canterbury, which saw Ben Compton and the rain stifle the opportunities for Northamptonshire. They currently sit, 4th in the table with 28 points, having drawn both of their games. Middlesex, 1 place below the hosts, 3 points behind, as you said, with that 1 win, 1 defeat to their start to the 2026 season. Their first trip away from Lords as well. Whether that will have any impact on them whatsoever. It's going to be Harry Conway to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this Friday morning. 4 slips in place. We are with a Harry Conway thumbs up, ready to get underway. Oh, it's a big inside edge, an attempted leave, and it's narrowly missed the stumps of the Middlesex opener. Good stop by Lewis McManus behind the stumps as well. What a start that could have been.
Oh, it would have been the perfect start, wouldn't it, for Northamptonshire? I mean, Conway, what a season he's having so far. I know it's still very, very early days, but of course, had 2 wickets in his very first innings of the season against Lancs, then turned it into 4 for 38 in the second. And, well, the jewel in the crown was last week, wasn't it? The fifer away against Kent. He is a very dangerous bowler.
Pitching the ball up nicely. Nicely timed down the ground by Sam Robson. Conway giving the ball an opportunity to swing or to seam off this surface. Looks very, very similar to the surface that Craig Harvey and the team prepared for that game against Lancashire as well. It's going to be hard going here for the seamers. If you can get in here at the county ground, there are runs to be scored. Good pace, good carry by Harry Conway.
It's a good battle, this, isn't it? Between Conway, of course, one of the real informed bowlers for Northamptonshire. And then, of course, a modern great of Middlesex County Cricket Club in Sam Robson, and with over 14,000 first-class runs. Really does make for some very good viewing this fine Friday morning.
Nice shot down the ground. Great bit of fielding by Luke Proctor. Covers good ground at mid-on. Shut down to a dot ball. Sam Robson finding the middle of the bat early this morning. Nice crowd in today, Aaron, as well. It's a good turnout here in Northampton for the first day against Middlesex. So it's a very, very smart looking group of members on the top tier of the Spencer Lounge over the far side there, isn't it? Looking resplendent in their jackets and ties. I was going to say it feels slightly warmer than what it did 2 weeks ago, but I'm not 100% convinced that it is.
It's definitely less windy, though. That is one thing that we can say for certain.
And a dot ball to finish the over. So the first over of the morning done and dusted. It's 4 for no loss. Sam Robson on 4, and Josh DeCary's yet to face a ball, will be on strike to start the next over.
He certainly will. And of course, for those tuning in via the live stream here at Northants, please do let us know where you are tuning in from. Whether you're supporting the Tudor Rose of Northamptonshire, whether you're supporting Middlesex, whether you're tuning in from here in the UK or overseas, we'd love to know where you are catching all of the action from. As we will see a bit of Ben Sanderson from the David Capel ends.
It's his end, isn't it? The David Capel ends. Interesting that Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor elected to go for the first over for Harry Conway. It's so often and so regular that you see Ben Sanderson running down the hill for the first over of the day. Northamptonshire on the attack. 4 slips in place, plus a short leg now as well. Cloudy conditions, so there will be opportunity for the seamers first thing this morning. Just have a little bit of a full start. Members got to be on their best behaviour this week. Sight screens, as you can see, just filling up the bottom tier of the Spencer Lounge. I think we are just waiting to close one of the doors. Stop the members coming in and out between the over. But we will get there eventually, I think. There we go. Door is closed. Members are seated. And Ben Sanderson is ready to go. Start the second over of the morning. Back of a length on the money. Quite aggressively pushed out into the offside by Josh DeCary's.
It's a nice aggressive field, this, isn't it? Early doors from Ben Sanderson and Luke Proctor. Of course, his captain there just patrolling in at mid-on. Plenty of slips awaiting in the cordon, along with the fielder in at short leg.
It's down the leg side, a cry of catch. Good take by McManus. Those feet moving nice and early this morning. So that slip cordon that you mentioned is the strength of 4 with Ricardo Vasconcelos, Calvin Harrison, George Bartlett, and Safe Zabe filling up the slip cordon. Trying to work out who it is under the lid there at short leg. It's Liam Guthrie at point. That's going to evade Liam Guthrie and give him an opportunity to get the legs moving this morning. And DeCary's gets off the mark with a couple into the offside. Could be James Sales at short leg on further inspection. So Harry Conway will be fine leg. Luke Proctor's at mid-on and Nathan McSweeney's at mid-off. So power of deduction. Gone. Is it? It is. What a catch that is by James Sales. Josh de Carys could not have picked him out any better if he tried. That has flown to the Northamptonshire all-rounder at short leg. Northamptonshire have got the early breakthrough. De Carys goes for 2. What a bit of field placement. What a tactic that is from the host. And what a great catch.
Well, Dan, don't you love it when a good plan comes together? Just take a second look at this one. It's a really good setup, isn't it, from Ben Sanderson? He just drifts it slightly down the leg side, almost out of muscle memory. De Carys, he's looked to just steer it away out towards what is deep backward square leg. Instead, he just places it straight into the awaiting palms of James Sales. A really smart catch. And as you said, Northamptonshire have got their first here of the game. Middlesex 6 for 1 in the second over. And I think the word I'd use to describe that is inspired. It was inspired field placement from the home side.
Yeah, clear setup, wasn't it, from Sanderson, Proctor and Sales. I mean, De Carys timed the ball really well, but he'd have struggled to have picked out James Sales any better had he have tried. A very, very good catch by the Northamptonshire all-rounder. Finds himself under the lid. And having won the toss, chosen to have a bat first this morning, Middlesex have lost their first. And it is Josh de Carys to depart for 2. The score is 6 for 1. And Max Holden makes his way out to the middle to join Sam Robson, the Middlesex number 3.
Of course, Max Holden, who spent time on loan here at Northamptonshire a few years back. That was in 2017. Actually made his first-class debut as a professional cricketer for the hosts here today. That came against the Loughborough MCCU. Of course, since then, I mean, what a player Max Holden is. Really aesthetically pleasing cricketer. Has a lovely cover drive in the locker, doesn't he? As well as the little clip through mid-wicket. Excited to see what he's got in store for us today.
Absolutely right. Well, the way that we're set up here at the county ground today, the short side is the offside for Holden. And he will get off the mark straight away. Will he? Oh, well, he is off the mark straight away. He had very much lit the barbecue there for Sam Robson. He was nowhere to be seen. James Sales, who just took a screamer at short leg a short moment ago, back into the game immediately. 2.5 stumps to aim at, could not dislodge the bails. 7 for 1 after 2.
Well, I'll tell you what, that over almost had everything, didn't it? So we just take a look at the replay there. Would have been gone, wouldn't he? Robson well short of his ground, but he does survive. No further damage done for the visitors. Have also just seen, Dan, we have had quite a few mentions from those in the comments, so I'll give a few shout-outs at the end of this over. We'll save it to the end of the third. It's Harry Conway prepares to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Absolutely. Good morning to you all. Pleasure to have you joining us here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream. All 4 days will be streamed for free on the Northants YouTube channel. That one down the leg side. Good take by Lewis McManus. What do you think about the decision for Luce Deploy to have a bat first here this morning? Think it's the right one?
Yeah, I'd say so. Because as we've mentioned, it's had slightly similar characteristics and qualities to what we saw in the Lancashire game. And of course, batting first on that one proved to be the right decision, didn't it? So yeah, I think it's a sensible choice.
Yeah, it's a positive one, isn't it? It certainly puts you, or gives you an opportunity to put yourself well in the game. Northamptonshire with a dangerous bowling attack. And that game against Lancashire, that first innings could have been significantly different had they have held their catches when those opportunities came about. And they've started the day off today with an incredibly high standard. Following that catch by James Sales at short leg. Still the 4 slips in place. Sales remains at short leg with Max Holden on strike. Just shuffles down towards Harry Conway and eventually just leaves it through to the gloves of the Northants wicketkeeper. I don't think Northamptonshire will be that upset about bowling first either. I mean, the conditions here looking above us are, you'd say, favourable, wouldn't you? Suitable for the high-quality seam bowling that is on offer. It's very cloudy. There's a bit of a breeze, a cross breeze, coming from over the heavy sweep, which will just assist that in and out swing delivery, depending on which end is being bowled from at that particular moment. Sanderson have very much started on the money this Friday morning. 4 or 3 other games, in fact, going on in the County Championship this weekend. So we'll keep you up to date with those scores as we go through the course of this fixture, let you know where the wickets are falling, where the runs are being scored. Oh, he's got him again. Short leg in the business once more. Field placement works. Another very, very good catch by James Sales. It's 2 in 2 overs. Middlesex is 7 for 2, and Max Holden this time falls for the trap.
Well, this has been a sensational start from the new ball bowlers. First it was Sanderson, now Conway getting in on the action. And I must say I'm slightly surprised by Holden there, because how many times have we seen on that length, he'll look to clip it a lot finer, instead turns it a lot squarer than usual. And yet again, it's James Sales. I mean, he must not be believing this right now. The fact that he's been so involved, we're not even 3 overs into the morning session, already taken 2 catches, almost had the run out of Sam Robson. Well, this has been absolutely magnificent for Northamptonshire. And as for Middlesex, far from the ideal start, but they do have plenty of batting still to come. Of course, the latest man to enter the middle is the captain, Laius Deploy, who has got a marvellous record against Northamptonshire, as we'll discuss in due course. But even beyond these two, Robson and Deploy, still have Ben Gedders, of course, Ryan Higgins, Joe Cracknell, Safa Gohart, Toby Rowland-Jones, who averages 20 plus in the first class formats. It's a good start for Northants, but as is the case here in the Championship, never ever rest on your laurels. They've got to be on the money here.
Just fires that Yorker in. Northamptonshire very much on the attack. End of the over, a successful one once again, this time for Harry Conway. It's 7 for 2 after 3.
Well, it has been a terrific start for Conway and Sanderson, the latter just getting ready to bowl now from the David Capel end. A couple of shout-outs then. We'll start with Fraser, who's tuning in from Edinburgh, supporting Middlesex. What a beautiful part of the UK. Edinburgh is a city with so much history and, of course, rich cricket culture as well. Really, really nice is the Grange. Shout out as well to Neil Pearson, who's watching in from Raunds. Hope Northants can keep up the great work from last week. And Brian in Brisbane says, hello from sunny Spain. Again, how we'd love for the sun to come out here in the East Midlands today. But do let us know where in the world or where in the country you are tuning in from for what should be a belter of a game between these two sides.
Yeah, please do. The further afield, well, you like a bit of geography, don't you? And always nice to get some interesting locations around the world. Hopefully they're truthful. Sometimes you get a bit suspicious sometimes, don't you? But you mentioned about the sun coming out here at the county ground. I think Northamptonshire will be pretty happy. I don't think they'll want to see the sunshine today at all, will they? They will want to be making the most of these cloudy conditions. don't necessarily know if they'd have had 2 quarters short leg on their bingo card in the first 3 overs to start the day. The Middlesex captain in the middle now with Sam Robson loose deploy in at number 4. You know you'll get a very, very different experience with Sam Robson in the middle, won't you? The gritty opener, wants the bat time, quite happy to not shut up shop, so to speak, but just occupy the crease. Middlesex will need that type of batter, having lost those 2 early wickets. Deploy, I mean, he will continue want to be that attractive stroke maker that he's known for. Sanderson certainly getting this new Dukes to talk and to offer a bit. 7 for 2 after 4 overs.
And these two bowling very well in tandem, aren't they? As we've grown to expect over the course of, well, this past 12 months, really. Conway, an inspired signing from last summer. Sanderson, the wily veteran for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Also, a couple more shout-outs just while we have got a little bit of time before Conway comes into bowl. West Ham boy tuning in from Abu Dhabi. Hope that you are enjoying the coverage. John Tomlinson tuning in from Dubai as well. As Conway comes into bowl.
Oh, it's in the air through the leg side again. Cry of catch, sails inches away from it. Deploy does get off the mark. 8 for 2.
It's definitely been the right tactic so far, hasn't it? From Northamptonshire. Of course, full credit to the 2 bowlers. Been executing the game plan very well indeed. Shout out as well to Sam, who is also in Edinburgh, getting a kilt fitted for his best friend's wedding. Well, Sam, we hope you have a lovely weekend up in Scotland. Of course, we hope you enjoy the wedding as well. What a lovely way to spend the weekend. As I said, beautiful part of the country that is Edinburgh. Definitely recommend a visit to the Grange for those who love their club cricket. Really is a quite beautiful and quaint part of the city itself. And of course, for a lot of people, the club cricket season starts tomorrow, doesn't it? Saturday, the 18th of April.
It does indeed. Still feels very early, doesn't it?
Yes.
The 18th of April. Are you donning the cricket whites this year, Mr. Vols?
Unfortunately not, no.
No?
No, I won't be.
Club couldn't afford your wages.
Oh, absolutely not.
£1 per run was too expensive for them.
Well, they'd be paying £1 a season, I think, at that rate. No, I'm far more suited here in the comms box watching, well, the best do it. Let's just put it that way. No, those days are unfortunately behind me.
You speak like you're considerably older than what, 25 years old, aren't you? Those days are behind me.
What, mate?
There'll be people tuning in, listening to the stream that'll be going, oh, I've been playing cricket. I've been turning out for the last 45 years for the Saturday club that I play for. But there's all manner of different ways to be able to enjoy this sport, isn't there? Whether you're watching, whether you're playing, whether it's competitive, whether it's friendly, whether it's a Saturday, whether it's midweek. Brilliant start from Northamptonshire. Harry Conway here, giving absolutely nothing away. It's Robson on strike. He's on 4. He's faced the majority of the deliveries so far this morning. Still the 4 slips and the short leg. Importantly, crucially, the short leg stays in place. Dot ball to finish the over. The score is 8 for 2.
And once more, these two not allowing for the pressure to really dissipate at this moment. And that is the real skill to the art form, isn't it? To bowling in tandem, bowling as a duo. Of course, it's always brilliant, isn't it, when you've got one player having a good tight spell, but you've got to back it up at the other end. And just looking at some of the body language out there as well for Northamptonshire, Liam Guthrie just going through a few of the motions, nothing too vigorous as of yet. We do imagine he'll be the first change bowler, so something a little bit more different with the left arm angle.
Yeah, probably a little bit quicker as well than Sanderson and Conway. Confidence should be high though. He's fresh off 5 wickets for the Northamptonshire second 11 against the Warwickshire second 11 in the week. Deploy really aggressively that time, shuffling down to cover off any lateral movement from Ben Sanderson. So it's those kind of movements that if you just get it slightly off, that momentum, those hands going towards the ball, that's when the likes of James Sales at short leg really does come into play, as he has done this morning. There's inside edge out of his crease. Sales hits this time, but will allow the Middlesex pair to cross for a single. Sharp working at short leg. Oh, it's gone down. It's gone down. Outside edge of Robson. I think Bartlett and Harrison both went for that in the end. And it's burst through the hands. Bartlett's slow to get up. I wonder whether that's just... Well, it's hurt him, isn't it? Whose catch was it? That's going to be the big question when we get the benefit of having a look at the replay. Kind of looked like it split the two of them, but they're very, very close. It's one thing I did notice earlier on this morning, just how close they are, but I think it was Bartlett's catch. And it's gone down. So 2 down Middlesex, and a chance goes begging for the hosts. That one tucked off the hip into the gap. Proctor keep that down to a single, very, very quick across the outfield.
Well, it's another opportunity. This occasion couldn't quite be grasped. Yeah, in terms of the actual height of that, it was a good height. It's just one of those, isn't it, where someone has to call that catch very early indeed, and both have gone for it. In the end, it's just burst through the fingers of Bartlett. Sam Robson gets a reprieve.
It's something that Northamptonshire are guilty of, aren't they? those catches in the cordon that on a semi-regular basis manage to find their way onto the grass. It did go, in fairness, it did go very quickly. And that slip cordon are very, very close. Got ball to end what was an eventful over. It's 12 for 2. Robson on 7, Deploy on 2.
It's been a very eventful start to the game, hasn't it? And I think at the end of the next over, Dan, seeing as we are almost half an hour into the day's play, we can do some scores on the doors, have a look at the other games taking place up and down the country, of course. It's a slightly reduced billing this week, isn't it? So just the 2 fixtures taking place in either division. The other game in Division 2 taking place in Bristol, where Gloucestershire play host to Lancashire.
At James Sales again. It's stopped well by the all-rounder at short leg. He's almost worn that one as the batter's crossed for a single.
And of course, the 2 matches in the first division, Hampshire take on Somerset and Warwickshire are at home to Essex. As we said, this is a very tantalising game ahead of us. 2 sides who are separated by 3 points. The very early stages of this campaign, 2 teams who would love to be in the hunt for promotion from the end of the season. Could be a big game.
Oh, it's an appeal for caught behind. Nothing from the umpire. Who's Deploy really using his feet as a tactic, as a weapon here to try and combat the lateral movement that Conway and Sanderson are getting early doors with this new ball. I don't know whether you're seeing it the same way as me, Aaron, and feel free to say that I'm seeing it completely wrong, but it does feel that there's a decent bit of carry, a good pace in this pitch. It feels like it's just zipping off the surface a bit quicker than what I was expecting. See, that one there again has hit the bat very hard of Harry Conway.
Now, I can see what you mean. We did see it at times, though, didn't we, in that Lancashire game? It was predominantly with Ajit Singh Dale. He was extracting that additional degree of, well, nip and bite and bounce from the surface. But so far, a few have just rushed onto the bat, as you've said. I mean, that's probably the latest example of that against Laius Deploy. It's definitely an interesting observation.
Stopped by Lewis McManus. You can see the tactic here as well, can't you, for Northants? They've noticed the fact that it's maybe getting to the batters slightly quicker. The bowlers are bowling straight. Conway in particular, where he's a bit taller, gets that bit of extra bounce. And they've taken Save out of 4th slip and actually stationed him there at a catching mid-wicket, along with James Sales at short legs. There are 2 catchers in on the leg side for Harry Conway. He's just bowling into the hip of the Middlesex batters, trying to catch them off guard, trying to use that bit of extra pace, that bit of extra bounce. Plays that one well into the offside, but straight at Liam Guthrie.
I mean, that as a tactic is actually very interesting, isn't it? Because what we're used to here at Wantage Road is pitching the ball up. You're looking to hit that full length, and almost today, the same can be said about both of these opening bowlers. They've just held back the length, haven't they? It's more of that good, even, well, slightly short at times.
Defended on the back foot to end another over. 13 for 2. Do you want to take us around the 3 other grounds that we've got to talk about this week?
I can indeed. Where would you like me to start?
Well, let's start in Division 2, shall we? Let's keep it relevant to where we are.
Yep, fair enough. Right then, in that case, let's head down to the West Country, where Gloucestershire are 16 without loss in the 8th over against Lancashire. The visitors winning the toss in that one and choosing to have a bowl first. As for the games taking place in the First Division, we'll start on the South Coast, where Hampshire are 25 for 1. They have just lost a wicket. That's of Nick Gubbins. He has been dismissed by Alfie Ogborn. Also take you through the game at Edgbaston after this ball from Sanderson, which is defended by Robson. Yeah, Essex winning the toss, choosing to have a bowl first at Edgbaston, and they've got Warwickshire 2 down. Both openers gone for a combined total of 8 runs. Yates and Davis, actually, for that matter, both dismissed by Jamie Porter. So those are the scores on the doors. And of course, here in the East Midlands, Middlesex 13 for 2.
I think that Lancashire-Gloucestershire game is a really interesting one. You mentioned about these two sides, two counties being contenders for promotion here in Division 2. Lancashire, you would say, would be one of the two favourites when we spoke in that first weekend of the season with them and Durham. They got a great win at home, didn't they, against Derbyshire last weekend. Gloucestershire so far have been subpar, I think would be fair to say. So they certainly need to show a bit of fight, and they're doing that at the moment.
Well, to be honest, they need a reaction, don't they? To be 2 games into the season, be on 0 points. I mean, it really has been very, very underwhelming from the glorious Gloucesters. Certainly hasn't been underwhelming, though, from Ben Sanderson and Harry Conway. 4 slips away in the cordon. That one played very smartly by Robson. Just clips it off the hips out towards the mid-wicket for 1. But for Robson, you imagine he's just going to play the ball on its merits here. He's not going to take any unnecessary or unorthodox risks and throw away his wicket. He's had that one opportunity. Dropped on 4 by George Bartlett at 3rd slip. Let's deploy advances. I mean, of the two, you would suspect that Laius Deploy will be the punchier, the more aggressive, the counter-attacking of the two. As I touched upon before as well, his record against Northamptonshire is superb. He advances again, slightly off the inside of the bat, but Middlesex batters will scamper through for a second. And that will be the end of the over. 3 runs come from it. Middlesex 16 for 2 after 8. So it will be Conway to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Bowling up first here to Sam Robson. Oh, goes for the drive. Half a peel there from the Aussie quick. Is that a sign, Dan? Maybe just a slight bit of frustration creeping in.
Certainly, I think Middlesex should feel as though they're under pressure at this stage of the game, shouldn't they? They 2 wickets down, drop catch off Robson himself. Conway Sanderson on top at the moment.
So that one just left well alone outside the off stump by Robson. I know I keep on alluding to Laius Deploy's record just to kind of shine a further spotlight on that. So we look back to last season in Middlesex's innings and 107-run victory at Merchant Taylors. He scored 105 not outs in that game. Of course, in the victory for Northamptonshire at Wantage Road in June, scored 66 in that one. So that one just clipped away very handsomely indeed out towards deep square leg. And that will be four. Slight release of the pressure there for Sam Robson. As Middlesex move on to 20 for 2. Just going back to Deploy again, 71 in August 2024. Again, that game taking place at Merchant Taylors, and in the draw that took place here in April 2024, he scored 109. from the Middlesex captain, just to advance and, as you said, Dan, take the attack to the Northants bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, taking the positive approach, it's been a very entertaining 46 minutes of championship cricket, isn't it? 3 wickets have fallen, 1 drop catch, 2 run-out chances, 28 runs on the board. It's been, a lot is unfolded in these opening 46 minutes here at the county grounds. And you just have a feeling that this first hour, it's not done yet. Got 14 minutes to go. Be surprised based on what we've seen so far if there isn't another big event, big moment coming up in the game.
That definitely does. It feels like already a pivotal part of the day's play, this, doesn't it, in terms of those, well, next couple of overs and, of course, the first change. Can Northamptonshire maintain this early pressure? Yet again, deploy advances a couple of steps down the track. That'll be the ends of the 10th over. Middlesex 32 for 3. Laius deploy. The captain on 13, Ben Geddes, the number 5. He's currently on 1. Apologies as well for those tuning in on the YouTube stream if we did have a slight issue with the sound. All does appear to have been rectified now. I don't think the computers here in the comms box could quite handle the excitement of that spell from Harry Conway, but thankfully everything has been resolved. So once again, do accept our sincere apologies about that. For those who were maybe relying on the sound, we did see that 3rd wicket fall. Sam Robson it was for 13, caught very handsomely by Calvin Harrison in the slips. Bowled, of course, by Harry Conway, the man who has currently got the ball in hand. And that one comes off the inside again. Race down to long leg for a single. This really has been high quality stuff, hasn't it, Dan? Especially from Conway.
Yeah, he's been excellent, as he has been through the course of this season, as he was through the course of last year. There was 20 first-class wickets at an average of just over 20 in those 4 games that he played. Those visa rules and regulations and restrictions have changed somewhat over the winter, so he is available for more of the summer this year, that first block, those first 7 fixtures. But he and Sanderson appear to have really developed a good partnership with one another, haven't they? Complementing each other well. One's a bit taller, one's a bit more of a seam bowler, which is this guy, Harry Conway. Sanderson, very much in that swing, the artful, the wily bowler operating from the David Capel end. The two of them, yeah, just operating really nicely with one another.
And as you said, it's 2 very different challenges, isn't it, for the batters out there today. Conway, the taller of the 2, as you said, looks to hit the deck a lot harder, utilise the seam to his advantage, whereas Sanderson, very much an artist of swing. Just deploy fences that one away for no run. Plenty of encouragement being offered as well by the Northamptonshire fielders. Just the 3 slips in place, of course, with short leg, short mid-wicket. As well as the fielders, it's backward point and long leg. All smiles for the Northamptonshire captain, Luke Proctor, as well, having a bit of a joke there with his bowler. Let's see what Conway can deliver. Produces another dot ball. Once more, deploy. Just covers that one on the defence. Will be a dot ball to finish. 11 overs have been bowled. Middlesex 33 for 3. Deploy on 13. Gedders on 2.
So that's 6 overs now for Harry Conway. Do you make a change, Captain Viles? Do you try and get 7 out of Conway? What end do you want to bowl Liam Guthrie from? It'll be Luke Proctor, and Liam Guthrie will be the first and second change bowlers here for the home side. Sales very much not in bowling contention at the moment. Sanderson continues metronomically from the David Capel end.
It's a very interesting question. I mean, just looking at the boundary dimensions, it is a shorter one on what is the leg side here for the right-handed Gedders. With Guthrie, likes to push the ball across. He's looking to induce the outside edge and the catching opportunities for the slips and the keeper, especially against the right-handers. I think he'd prefer the David Capel end, but of course, the flip side of that, he's facing off against Deploy, who is very strong through cover. And of course, on the cut shot as well, he's a very good player off the back foot. So it's going to be an intriguing decision. But I do think for Guthrie, we'd see him bowling from the far end of the ground with Proctor from the Lynn Wilson centre end. But again, we shall have to wait and see.
I think if you can, you try and get these two guys to bowl for as long as possible, won't you? As Guthrie does start loosening those shoulders up. 6 overs for the pair of them. Could you get a 7th just to keep this pressure on? That was something that the Northampton bowlers were guilty of against Lancashire, wasn't it? They had a very, very good opening spell with Sanderson and Conway. And then Proctor and Sales, it was on that day, had kind of let the pressure out the tyres with those 2 bowling changes. It's flicked off the hip for a single down to Harry Conway. So Geddes picks up another one.
Well, it is the big question, isn't it? Because as we said, we already saw that earlier on in the campaign, the season opener against Lancashire. Although last week we did see a really good spell, didn't we, from James Sales? Something which his captain even almost gave him a little bit of a shout out for. It was one which just almost galvanised and re-energised the side on what was predominantly a batting favourable surface. As Deploy advances again, the drop and run. This time on the leg side for 1.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? An inspired spell. I suspect with him being the 5th choice seamer this week, he'll be lightly bowled. I would have thought Luke Proctor will throw the ball to Calvin Harrison before going to James Sales as and when that point arrives. Why would you take him out of short leg at the moment?
Oh, there's another big appeal here from Sanderson. Gedders not playing the shot as intended through the mid-wicket region. And that will be a dot ball to finish. 2 runs come from the 12th at the end of it. Middlesex 35 for 3.
Yeah, I think, well, first impression was there was a bit of height involved there, wasn't there, from that shout from Ben Sanderson? Maybe a bit of bat involved as well. Possibly going past and missing leg stump just to go for the trifecta of things going against the LBW appeal. But there is going to be a change of bowling. Aaron, it's going to be Harry Conway taken out of the attack by the captain himself, Luke Proctor, at the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Well, here he is, the Northamptonshire captain, who should be brimming with confidence after last week. Scored a career best 261 out away at Kent. In terms of that variety, the different style of bowlers that the home side possess. Again, Proctor, a lot more skiddier, looking to zip it through off the surface. Here he is to deploy. Starts off with a dot ball. In last season, took 18 wickets, a tickle over 40 in the county championship. He'll be hoping to improve those numbers this season. He's got a big role to play. You can argue really in all three facets of the game, if not a fourth, of course, with his captaincy. It's a nice looking shot from deploy for no run.
Yeah, when it comes to match involvement, there's not many in the county championship that have a bigger role than Luke Proctor. Opens the batting, first change bowler, obviously the captain. You'd say the only thing that he's not got going in his favour is standing in the slip cordon for when he's not bowling. But he's very, very good at mid-on, covers a lot of ground and does it very quickly. Quicker than you think as well. It's not the quickest of run up to the stumps, but has a very, very strong shoulder. Just the one wicket so far for Luke Proctor in 2026 in the county championship. More than anything, just try and keep the pressure on the Middlesex batters that Conway and Sanderson have started the day with.
It's the order of the morning, isn't it, really, for Northamptonshire? It's all well and good getting those early breakthroughs. You've got to maintain the discipline with the ball in hand. In Proctor so far, good start. 4 successive dot balls bowled by the captain. That won't be a dot ball, though. Really smart batting that from Les Deploy. Opens up the face, guides it down towards deep third. Real long chase on here for the fielder. In the end, will be 3 runs off the bat of the Middlesex captain. Moves him on to 17. I must say, I've always really enjoyed watching Les deploy. Of course, spent a few successful seasons at Derbyshire, now captaining Middlesex County Cricket Club. The side's leading run scorer last year, scored 1,009 runs. That's an average of 56. So Proctor will finish his first over of the game with a dot ball. So Middlesex now move on to 38 for 3. Of course, towards the end of last season as well, we saw that, well, quite frankly, astonishing 263 not out. That came against Gloucestershire at Lords, and to this day, of course, there haven't been too many matches since then. But that is the 6th highest first-class score in Middlesex's illustrious history. And as expected, Dan, it will be Liam Guthrie from the David Capel end. A bit of left arm seam here. As you said, comes into the game, hopefully, with a bit of additional confidence flowing through the veins, a little bit more rhythm, a little bit of additional mojo after a strong performance at Portland Road against the Warwickshire Twos. First time we're seeing him in the championship this season.
Yeah, whether he needed that extra run out to get himself match fit. Does qualify as a domestic cricketer here now for Northamptonshire. He signed a 3-year contract at the start of the 2025 county championship and starts on the money. Big and obvious difference here is the angle. Left arm quick. The Australian. Maybe just needed that little bit of an extra run into the start of the 2026 summer before getting out there in the middle. Rafi Weatherall played last week. Louis Kimber played the week before in that particular slot. And Liam Guthrie strengthens the bowling attack by getting the run out in round 3. You can see as well, not only the angle, but offering a little bit of extra pace as well in comparison to Ben Sanderson that he's taken over from at the David Capel end. Singles taken into the offside. Score is 39 for 3. Geddes on 3, deploy on 18.
Yeah, slight change in the field here as well. Will be 3 slips in the cordon. Vasconcelos, Harrison and George Bartlett. Harry Conway just been pushed out to deep backward point. Here is Guthrie then. Starts bowling very straight, and that one dealt with very well in front of square. Should be 4 runs, and indeed it will be. First boundary of the day for Ben Geddes.
Short side of the ground, isn't it, this week? As we're set up on the left-hand side of the square as we look out from our commentary box position. Not only that as well, Northamptonshire working hard to reinstall those practice wickets down in front of the groundsman's garages and quarters, so the ball will just gather pace as it finishes off the square, and then that roller has been working hard over the winter to compact that ground once again. Hangs that one outside off stump. Notice the change in the field as well. 1 less catcher, so down to 3 slips, and that fielder at short leg has been removed as well. So Guthrie won't offer you the same control at which Sanderson and Conway will, but he will offer you that point of difference with the left arm angle and that bit of extra pace. Announced himself on the scene last year with that dismissal of Zach Crawley in the opening round of the 2025 County Championship. So Northants fans will know exactly what he can do. That's beautifully played. Through the offside, up the slope towards the heavy sweep. That is going to win the race, despite the efforts of Luke Proctor. Geddes picks up another boundary, moves to 11.
Yeah, that's just a really classy and classic shot from Ben Geddes. It's always been a strength of his, the extra cover drive. Of course, formerly plied his trade for Surrey. Saw that across formats, really. Cricketer who, at least in my opinion, has got plenty of talent with the bat in hand. Got big opportunity here as well at Middlesex. Getting regular game time. That was the thing at Surrey. It was just glimpses because obviously the additional competition found it difficult at times to get a run of games together. Now being given plenty of chances for the North London outfit. That is the end of the 14th over. Middlesex are 47 for 3. Geddes on 11. There's deploy. The skipper is on 18.
Couple of updates as well around the 3 other games. So I'll just give you the overview scores and we'll give you a further update as we get closer to lunch. But Hampshire are now 2 down against Somerset at Southampton. The scores there 51 for 2 after 15 overs. Warwickshire, who are hosting Essex at Edgbaston this week. Essex won the toss, elected to have a bowl first, and they've got Warwickshire 35 for 3. And then at Bristol, Lancashire have got their first wicket against Gloucestershire. They're 37 for 1 after 14.5 overs. It's Luke Proctor continuing from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning. Well, this afternoon now, in fact, as if we've just ticked past 12 o'clock, we've had that first hour. Very, very exciting cricket here between these two. Middlesex won the toss. They elected to have a bat first, and Northamptonshire picking up 2 wickets, caught at short leg, 1 off Ben Sanderson, 1 off Harry Conway. And then the most recent to be caught dismissed off the bowling of Harry Conway in the slip cordon, a good catch by Calvin Harrison. There wasn't just that, was it? There was run-out opportunities. There was a drop catch by George Bartlett at third slip as well for the hosts. So it really was an incredibly eventful opening 35, 40 minutes. Just going to get a new scene in the play between the two counties as Lewis McManus gets the helmet on and comes up to the stumps, trying to combat Luce Deploy's willingness to use his feet, particularly against Proctor. Proctor just drops the length bank and is pulled away through the leg side for 4. And that shot brings up the 50 for Middlesex as well, 51 for 3.
It does indeed, and the partnership also continues just to grow at a steady pace, doesn't it? Of course, Middlesex at the end of the 9th over were 20 for 3. Partnership now stands at 31 between Geddes and Deploy.
So 3 slips and a short leg. McManus up to the stumps and Proctor back on the money as well. Deploy's not going to miss out on that little bit of a drag down from Luke Proctor, but you can see what the tactic is, trying to trap Deploy in the crease. He's certainly going pretty hard at the ball, isn't he? And they've brought in short leg straight away now that Deploy can't necessarily smother the ball. Trying to find that inside edge and hoping that it just pops up into the hands of Sales, as that's beautifully driven through the offside. It's going to be another boundary, 2 in the over. Deploy really starting to get his innings underway here at the county ground in Northampton.
And that's the danger, isn't it, for the home side? Because as we know, if Deploy gets motoring, he can score massive, massive centuries. And he has got history. He's got history here at the county ground, got history at Merchant Taylor's, even going back to his Derbyshire days. The key here is all about sticking to the game plan. Might need something a little bit special to see the back of him, though.
Back-to-back boundaries, this time squarer. 3 in the over for the Middlesex captain. He moves to 30. Takes the score up to 59 for 3. Northamptonshire here, the 2 first and second change bowlers just allowing that pressure just to dissipate what was a fantastic opening 45 minutes for Conway and Sanderson. Left well alone to end the over, 55 for 3.
Well, we said, didn't we, about the importance of the change bowling. In that over alone, which has gone for 12, has conceded more runs than Harry Conway has in his entire 6-over spell. He currently has 2 for 11. Ben Sanderson as well, 1 for 24 from his 6 overs bowled. And this is pivotal, I'd say, for Northamptonshire. Of course, for Middlesex as well. The fact is, if these two can just lay that platform, that foundation heading into the interval, suddenly the game looks a lot more favourable here for Middlesex. Of course, plenty of cricket still to be played today and over the course of the weekend, but feels like a big partnership.
It certainly does, doesn't it? Guthrie starting this over off well. So they do bat a long way down, Middlesex, but clearly the game plan would not have been to have lost those 3 wickets quite so early. Ryan Higgins at 6, so he's had a little bit of a slide down the order in 2026, just by 1 place, was batting at 5 last year. 1 played square off the back foot. Conway should cut it off and does. It will just be a single. Cracknell at 7, who has not looked back since getting into this Middlesex first team midway through last summer. His first game for the Ones last summer was a brilliant innings here at the county ground, so he'll have happy memories of that. Zafar Gohar, obviously very, very competent with bat in hand at number 8. And then Roland Jones, Helm and Sharma to round out the 11. It is just a case, though, Aaron, isn't it? This is for Northamptonshire, for Guthrie and Proctor just to back up both Conway and Sanderson. That one into the hip. They'll look for 2. They should come back and get them. They do. Conway doing the fielding once again.
Yeah, smart running that, isn't it, between deploying Gedders. And Gedders last season already spoke about Deploy's number. He had 776 runs at 36.95. So once more, he will have a prominent role to play in 2026.
Hard, good tumbling stop. Cover, McSweeney. Does add an element of confusion, doesn't it, Aaron, this week with the location of the particular wicket that's being used here at the county ground and the dimensions of the ground. It is so short through the offside for loose deploy. He isn't going to have to miss that fielder by much in order to find the rope, and that one just goes straight to the man at backward point.
Just looking at the field here for Gedders, has been a slight alteration there because Safe Saber's gone out to deep square leg. Long leg is in play. Harry Conway, well, the only man really on the boundary on the offside at deep backward point.
Yeah, and I think the dimensions of it will not only play into the mind of the batters, it will certainly play into the minds of the bowlers, the captains as well, with regards to their field placements and where people can and can't bowl, because you just haven't got that same protection as what you would have if we were slightly more towards the centre of the wicket block here at the county ground.
Even more so the fact that, of course, we've already touched upon the characteristics of the county ground itself, but on the far side from our position here in the comms box, there is a slight bit of a slope. It's not prominent, it's not the Lord's slope by any stretch of the imagination, but we have seen early doors this season, not only in the county championship, but of course in the Metrobank One Day Cup match between the Steelbacks and Kent last Sunday. The ball has been a little bit, I don't want to say stodgy, but it's slowed down a bit, hasn't it, towards that far corner.
As indeed, that one comes off the thigh pad, which means it doesn't quite cross the boundary rope. Yeah, but the outfield is very green, isn't it? It's very, very lush at the moment. You'd expect that, how wet the start of the year has been, and I mean the showers that have been around during the course of the week. Fortunately, though, we haven't really been affected by the weather here at the county ground in the 5 days of cricket that we've had so far. Got a bit of bad light, didn't we, on day 2 against Lancashire? And played for a single through the offside, and then an apocalyptic downpour at the very end once the game was over. In that game you and I were commentating on last weekend in the One Day Cup, but better by Proctor. 66 for 3, the score. It really has raced along, hasn't it, since the bowling change, or since the 2 changes have come about. Proctor going at around, well, just under 7 and over. Guthrie at 6.5. Deploy and Geddes really are just punishing those bad deliveries that are being bowled at the moment by the 2 Northampton seamers. Oh, and Proctor again beats the outside edge of Ben Geddes.
Partnership continues to build very healthily as well, doesn't it? Now stands at 46 between these two.
Proctor once again goes past the outside edge of Geddes. Yeah, it's certainly taking a bit of pressure off the Middlesex dressing room, isn't it, with these 2 in the middle? Both fluent scorers, both attractive stroke makers. And both being given opportunity to score as well against Proctor and Guthrie. But it's a better end to the over for the Northampton captain, 66 for 3. That's 17 overs have been complete here on day 1 at the county ground.
It will be Guthrie with ball in hand for his 3rd of the morning session. Just looking at the field here again. A little bit more protection this time on the onside, of course. Harry Conway lurking at long leg here. Also has a deep square leg in place. But the vast majority of the field is very much operating on the offside. It's a 6-3 split here against the left-handed deploy.
See, I think that delivery there just highlights what Liam Guthrie gives you that the other bowlers don't. Just gives you that extra bit of pace, that one bounce maybe a fraction more than what loose deploy was expecting. Northants have spread that slip cordon a little bit further as well. George Bartlett has gone from 3rd slip into a gully. On time, nicely in front of square in the offside. James Sales should cut that one off and does. Well covered off by the Northampton all-rounder. I suppose that's one thing maybe that, or what Darren Lehman and Luke Proctor have shuffled around with in these opening 3 games, is trying to work out what this bowling combination needs to be for their 1st and 2nd change bowler. Obviously, Luke Proctor himself has to play as captain. Quick bumper. Batter gets well underneath that though. One for the over signalled. I think the Louis Kimber selection against Lancashire was an interesting one. I do wonder whether that was Rafi Weatherall, Liam Guthrie weren't quite ready to go at that particular point of the season, or whether it was an indication to play the extra batter, which they have the benefit of doing by having so many all-round options in the squad. That'll be down to Harry Conway for another single. So Guthrie just pulling that length back a touch.
Of course, there is someone who we've yet to have seen this season who could be the answer to that very question, and that is Justin Broad, who's working his way back to full fitness. He's ruled out completely of the first 2 games. He's now starting to get a few more overs under the belt. Maybe he could be the accompanying piece of the jigsaw to Luke Proctor. Or indeed, you could have Luke Proctor bowling a little bit later. So it's going to be a very interesting situation, of course, for Northamptonshire. It's something which I imagine will have been discussed at length and continues to be discussed in this very early stage of the season. I think we're both in agreement. The opening bowling combination is absolutely sorted as that one is driven square out towards Conway for one. And that will be the 50 partnership between Ben Geddes and Laius Deploy. A very valuable one indeed for Middlesex County Cricket Club. Also sees the end of the 18th over. The visitors 70 for 3.
Will be Luke Proctor to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre. 3 slips still in place for Northamptonshire. Going to have an eye out the window here to see whether Conway or Sanderson start limbering up. We've still got a lot of cricket to play before lunch, but just over half an hour. Don't think Luke Proctor is going to be happy with this bowling combination of himself and Liam Guthrie. So I think we'll desperately try and get either Conway or Sanderson back into the attack at the nearest opportunity and try and put Deploy and Geddes back under pressure, because it does feel as though that's just completely settled down, regardless of what happens between now and the next 36 minutes. Northamptonshire have had a fantastic morning, haven't they? They've picked up those 3 wickets. They were asked to have a bowl first here at the county grounds, and they have done very, very well. But in terms of momentum, it does feel as though Middlesex are just wrestling some of it back, as the score has raced really along to 70 for 3 after 18 overs.
Well, it is a very, very good point you make there, Dan. Because those opening 12 overs between Conway and Sanderson went for 35. So that is a glorious drive back down the ground. Stand and deliver stuff from Ben Geddes. Holds the pose a bit, and rightfully so. Now moves Middlesex on to 74 for 3. I mean, that the latest example. The boundaries have started to flow. It's been a lot more fluency between these two, as we'd imagine. Both of these two do love to get those early boundaries and then build and expand upon their innings over the course of the day's play. That is a sumptuous shot from Ben Geddes. Moves him on to 17.
Absolutely. And the partnership is showing really the decision, or to back up the decision of Laius Deploy to have a bat first this morning as well. It's coming onto the bat nicely. The outfield is quick. You certainly get value for your shots. When you get it through the infield, it runs away nicely. Those 3 early wickets this morning be brilliant news for Northamptonshire. End of the over, dot ball to finish. 74 for 3 after 19.
It's definitely been a better start to what we saw in the game against Lancashire. Of course, the Red Rose in that one had a slightly early wicket with Harry Singh departing with the score on 43, but yeah, eventually went up to 200 for 3, and it was almost a case of Northamptonshire having to wrestle back control of that season opener. Today, though, having Middlesex 20 for 3, it's a case of capitalising on those opportunities. Because Conway and Sanderson cannot bowl all day. You've got to have contributions from elsewhere. So that one will go for 4 more. This time for Laius Deploy, just leans into the shots and caresses it square of the wicket for 4. Middlesex now 78 for 3. Deploy moves into the 40s. And he just makes that shot look so effortless. It's a shot that we've seen year in, year out, whether it's been for Derbyshire or Middlesex. And even back in his days for Free State in South Africa. It's always been a real strength and asset of his game. Guthrie responds with a bouncer.
Yeah, very short, isn't it? And that is going to be signalled wide. Absolutely no chance of playing that whatsoever. Just struggling to find a bit of rhythm. The Australian seamer, 3 overs, or before the start of this one, it was 3 overs, no maidens, none for 17. The other player out there that could get an early look here could be Calvin Harrison. It's turned off the hip for a single. The leg spinner that joined permanently from Nottinghamshire over the winter. He finds himself permanently stationed in the slip cordon when he's not bowling. Could get an early bowl. Do feel like Northamptonshire are going to have to do something here in the not too distant future, just to try and slow Middlesex down and attempt to break this partnership.
Completely agree. You don't want it to drift, do you? Especially after what was a lightning fast start.
Timed nicely again. That should be 2 as Conway covers the ground to cut that one off. A long conversation between captain and bowler at the end of Liam Guthrie's mark. This time around, Geddes on strike. He's on 19. Once again, timed nicely into the offside for a single. Runs coming freely for Middlesex in this second half of the morning session. They're on day 1 of round 3 of the 2026 Rothesay County Championship. Geddes now on 20. Deploy on 42. The score is 83 for 3. George Bartlett has just pushed himself, been pushed slightly wider once again. So 2 slips and a gully in place. One off the hip for another pretty comfortable single for the Middlesex pair. Just turn that effects mic down a fraction as the breeze picks up once again. Are you on weather watch today? Are we set fair for a decent day of cricket? Or is there a chance of an interruption through the course of the afternoon?
I'll give you that update after this latest delivery.
It's left well alone to end and complete another over. 20 overs have been bowled this morning then, 84 for 3.
Yeah, so in terms of the weather forecast for today, it does appear to be dry throughout the majority of the day's play. We may have a little bit of rain around 6 o'clock, so very much towards the latter stages of the day's play. Of course, the hope is that we do get the entirety of day 1 here. And thankfully, we weren't too badly impacted, were we, in the season opener against Lancashire? The hope is that that will be the case, not only today, but over the duration of these next 4 days, as Luke Proctor prepares to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end, bowling up first here to Laius Deploy. He's moved on to 43. And as you can see there with the breakdown of the partnership, he scored 39 of these 64 runs. Advances yet again. That should just be a single in front of square. Indeed, it will be. I know that we've said it before, and I imagine it will be the sentiment down in North London as well, but what a signing he has been. Just a terrific, consummate county professional. Someone who is more than capable, more than proficient across all formats of the game, and also a natural leader. Exactly what you want in the dressing room.
Yeah, it was an excellent piece of business, wasn't it, by Middlesex to tempt him away from Derbyshire. Was it at the start of last year, or is this his third season at Middlesex now? Or is it even longer than that?
So he signed for Middlesex ahead of 2024. So this is season number 3.
Got you, okay.
For deploy.
Yeah, it's a brilliant bit of business to get him down the M1. Why would you not want to play your home games at Lords, I suppose, is the question there, isn't it?
Certainly is. Just looking at his career as well, inching ever closer to 9,000 career first-class runs. Currently stands in the 8,800s. Really has got a tremendous record. Geddes confidently defends that one forward for no run. Also a very niche stat, but worth mentioning for those who, like myself, are a cricket badger. In this game, he's brought up 1,000 career fours in first-class cricket. He was on 999 before today's play. Now enters quadruple digits. Stat 1 is played very well indeed by Geddes out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a chase on here for the fielder. Already come back for 2. Should be 3. And indeed it will. Decide not to run the 4th one as Liam Guthrie does the mopping up. But again, we've spoken there predominantly about deploy. I must say, Ben Geddes is someone to watch out for heading into the future. Product of the Surrey pathway, joined the Brown Caps at under 9 level. So that'll be another dot ball. Of course, progressed through the system at Surrey. Made his senior debut in county cricket in 2021. Made the move to Middlesex ahead of last season. And well, he's been absolutely tremendous. As we see the end of the over, 21 have been bowled. Middlesex 88 for 3. And he too is a natural leader. Let's not forget that as well. He captained Surrey in the One Day Cup in 2022, and of course last season was named as Middlesex's skipper for the exact same tournament. So I imagine for these two, they'll be very calm, composed, level-headed. Proctor continues to just have a conversation with his bowler. And there will be a change of bowler. It will be Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end. Currently has those figures. 6 overs bowled, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 24. Here he is, 3 slips await in the cordon. He starts off with a dot ball. So I think it comes back to your previous points of conversation, Dan. Just try something out a little bit different before lunch. Try and prize this 4th wicket.
I think it had to happen, didn't it? Unfortunately, in that particular spell, Liam Guthrie just hasn't offered the level of control that would have been needed to have backed up the brilliance of Sanderson and Conway for their opening spells. And that spell of Guthrie has been cut short because of it. Just the 4 overs. As that's played and driven on the up through the offside. You can hear through the effects mic, it didn't quite find the middle of the bat, and the fact that it stayed inside the rope for a 3rd confirms exactly that. So there's just a bit of extra jeopardy involved when it's Ben Sanderson. He's got a few more tricks up his sleeve than what Liam Guthrie has. But Liam Guthrie does offer you that. He's that wicket-taking bowler, isn't he? He's got that spell that's able to pick up a couple of wickets quickly. Just didn't quite work that time around. He'll certainly get further opportunities in this fixture as the game goes on and develops. But at that stage, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 27. Just not up to scratch for Northamptonshire at the present time.
Completely agree. And you look back to the numbers from last season, he took 30 wickets. The average was nearly 40. And there were times where we saw inspired spells. You spoke about the delivery to Zach Crawley. That was 3 overs into the season when he delivered that particular ball. And of course, his spell here last season against Middlesex took 7 for 94 in that game. But here, Northants need a little bit of control, a little bit of indecision as well. Deploy does make his ground, though, so no further harm done for the visiting side. But it's about consistency, and that is the key when you've had 2 bowlers in Sanderson and Conway who have been metronomic, they've been miserly, they've been very, very tight and controlled. It's about maintaining those levels. Northants looking to just get a little bit of that control back as again Deploy. Very keen for that single, isn't he, Dan?
Certainly is. Middlesex have been busy, haven't they, between the wickets this morning? And without sounding like a cliche, it has felt like a morning of 2 halves, isn't it, really? You'd look at the scoreboard now and you'd think, well, Middlesex have probably dominated, really, with nearly 100 runs on the board and still 22 minutes to go until lunch. But actually 3 down for not very many in that opening 20 or so minutes with other opportunities. I think that just kind of backs up the point that both Proctor and Guthrie weren't able to back up Sanderson and Conway. And I think Conway's going to come on and replace Luke Proctor from the Lynn Wilson centre end as well, as he's starting to limber up beneath us in the commentary box.
Yeah, he looks keen, doesn't he? The tall Australian. As the wind and the breeze picks up once more. Apologies if you can hear that coming through the ambient mic. That one's well bowled by Sanderson. That'll be a dot ball to round out the over. 3 runs from it. Middlesex 91 for 3 after 22 overs. And spot on in the observation, Dan. It will be Harry Conway. Already taken the jumper, the cap off. He's eager, isn't he? Rightfully so. Currently has those figures of 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 11 runs. And they were 2 crucial wickets as well. First one being Max Holden. Dismissed him for just a solitary run from 6 deliveries faced. Then Sam Robson, who'd previously been dropped on 4 runs by George Bartlett. Well, he fell on 13, caught by Calvin Harrison. Very comfortably at second slip. And here he is then. Gedders it'll be, the first man on strike. Still deciding to go for the 6-3 split in favour of the offside as well. The only fielder even remotely close to the boundary is down at long leg.
Which of these 2 counties do you think, Aaron, are going to be the happiest at this present moment in time?
That's a great question. I think for me, it's got to be Middlesex, because at 20 for 3, you see it all the time, don't you? I mean, that is a proper wobble, and teams can capitulate. They can go 4 or 5 down, even 6 times in a session. These 2, though, have done a very, very good job. They played some lovely shots as well. Let's not discount that for a second either. The glorious on-drive from Ben Gedders. We've seen some cracking shots through the covers from the pair of them, really. And the square drive of Laius Deploy. Always a sight to behold. So yeah, I'd say the visitors would be the happier. Although Northants, if they can get a fourth, I don't think they'll complain. It's that one very full. Just helped on its way through deep mid-wicket. There's a chase on here for the fielder. Should be cut off. Indeed it will be. Luke Proctor, the man to sweep that one up. Some more smart running between these pair. Turns it into a 3. Geddes moves on to 29. Interesting field set here as well to the left-handed deploy. Conway coming around the wicket. Leaves the first one. He's got the long leg in place. He's got deep square leg and deep backward point. They are the 3 boundary riders. One of whom is James Sales, who's doing a few stretches down there towards the groundsman's shed. Could we see a little bit of either him or Calvin Harrison, maybe Safe Sabe, McSweeney, the golden arm? We shall have to wait and see. So that one will be another single clipped away out towards deep square leg for 1.
Yeah, are we going to get the compulsory 1 over of spin before the lunch break? One of the great cricket cliches. I don't necessarily think we will today. I think Sanderson and Conway have bowled so well together that they will take Northamptonshire through to the lunch break. Calvin Harrison's job will almost certainly come into the game as this plays out through the course of the 4 days. Into the over dot ball to finish. 95 for 3 then. So we get through to the final 15 minutes of this morning session. Feels like that early morning kind of zip off the surface is just gone as this ball's got a little bit older as well, maybe a touch softer.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. It's not had the same ferocity, has it, that we saw a little bit earlier on. It's been nice, consistent bounce and carry. Here is Sanderson then to resume from the David Capel end. That one just whisked away through mid-wicket for, should be 1. In fact, they might turn this into 2. Sharp running between Geddes and Deploy. Deploy now moves on to 47. Oh, that one's slightly aerial for a split second. Fielder was interested. A diving attempt, wasn't it? Safe save, but just fell short.
Great stop by Zabe, who's found himself almost everywhere around the field today. Started off in the slip cordon, spent some time on the boundary edge. Finds himself just in front of point.
Well, McManus there has had to wear that latest delivery. Thankfully appears to be okay. That's the danger, isn't it, when you are standing up against the faster bowlers compared to the spinners.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a check here, aren't we, from the Northants physio, as that would have just bumped into the grill of Lewis McManus. would have been a remarkable catch, wouldn't it, had he have held onto that one? But a thick outside edge, and as you say, quite descriptively worn it that time around. Hit him very hard. Sanderson, who just dragged his length back a touch, offering a cut shot.
Just thinking, while we have the opportunity, of course, as the physio just does the check here with McManus, if we can just do some scores from around the other games taking place in Division 1 and Division 2.
Absolutely. Would you like me to give you the updates?
Most definitely.
Well, let's start down at Bristol then in Division 2. And Gloucestershire, having been asked to have a bat first at Bristol, have actually started the day incredibly well. They're 70 for 1 after 24 and a half overs. The 1 wicket to fall was the Australian overseas Cameron Bancroft. He was run out for 6 by Josh Bohannon. Ben Charlesworth is currently 23 not out alongside Ollie Price, 29 not out. So Lancashire maybe not, well, certainly not having it all their own way in Bristol. I'll save your game till the end, Mr. Viles. Down at Southampton, Hampshire, having won the toss, elected to have a bat first. They're 96 for 4. Toby Albert currently top scoring with 42. Jake Lehman's 24 not out. Ben Mays 2 not out, but it's 2 wickets for Lewis Gregory, 1 for Craig Overton and 1 for Alfie Ogborn there for Somerset. And the final game at Edgbaston, Warwickshire versus Essex. Warwickshire are 65 for 5, having been asked to have a bat first, in fact, by the visitors. It's 3 wickets for Jamie Porter, 3 for 19 for the experienced seamer, and then 1 for Shane Snater and 1 for Zaman Akhtar. It's an inside edge that just gets through the legs of the Middlesex batter. Come back for a second.
Quite a few wickets taking place then.
It's certainly been a bowler's morning, I think would be fair to say, in 3 of the 4 games.
Here's Sanderson then. Again, beautiful delivery from the veteran. Generating that response as well from the fielders. We haven't seen Northants be as energetic, as lively in this past hour or so. Just need something to galvanise and something to give them a little bit of a boost. Layers deploy here. 1 shy of what would be an excellent half century. Here he is then against Sanderson. We'll just clip that away out towards square leg. This will be the half century for the Middlesex captain. Brings it up with a fine 2. When his side needed him to stand up, he has done exactly that. It's included 6 boundaries. He's brought it up from 64 deliveries. Very, very well batted Laius deploy.
He's been excellent, hasn't he? Just when Middlesex needed their captain, he stood up in a crisis. You mentioned the score was 20 for 3, didn't you, at one particular point in the morning? Now 101 for 3. A lot of that down to the brilliant work from their skipper. Backed up nicely by Ben Geddes. He's on 29, but yeah, deploy rightfully taking the plaudits of the morning session. A great recovery job from what could have been, what was a disastrous start for Middlesex, having elected to have a bat first at the county ground in Northampton.
What a shot that is from Ben Geddes. Authoritative would be how I'd describe that latest one. Again, just drills it very square of the wicket for 4. You can just see there's an air of, I almost want to say, swagger between these two. You can sense the confidence continuing to build, and I suppose it does almost have the opposite effect on Middlesex. Because it's been such a good hour, you almost don't want lunch to arrive. You want these two to bat and bat and bat and build upon this as much as they possibly can. Partnership now stands at 85. How quickly this beautiful sport can change. Geddes just fishes for one outside the off stump there.
I didn't see that shot coming, Aaron. I really didn't. Just a real kind of flashy play at that one outside off stump for Ben Geddes. He is, as we've said, an attractive stroke maker. That one maybe not quite so in control. And as I say, I said earlier, the dimensions of the grounds will certainly be playing on the mind, I suspect, of the cricketers over the course of this weekend. It is very, very short to the offside here for Geddes. Won't take much, will it? Won't take much of that cricket bat to go aerial and carry the whole weight.
I do wonder what the tactics are for Northamptonshire here for these final 10 minutes. Is it just a case of they're happy to almost see themselves out to the end of the session? It is one which has been fruitful. They've got 3 wickets. They got off to a great start and, of course, have already bagged that first bowling bonus point of the game. But it just seems as though it's just meandered a bit for the home side.
Yeah, I mean, they've certainly made that new ball work this morning, haven't they, with those 3 quick wickets. Middlesex, let's not forget, they did win the toss and choose to have a bat first. So unless the read of it was so far from the mark, it's clearly a good batting track out there. We saw that for Lancashire in that first innings a fortnight ago. And of course, then Northamptonshire's ability to bat through that final day and salvage that draw. It's not particularly covered in live grass, so you see those quite often here at Wantage Road, where they do have that real tinge of green to it, and that will be very much bowler heavy, that bit of extra pace about it. The batters will still enjoy it, but this one you can see it's a real straw-like colour. It's going to be quite dry, and see the man getting warmed up in the slipcord, and Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner. He is going to have a big part to play in these fixtures here for Northamptonshire as the season goes on. He will be required to bowl a lot of overs. He's bowled nearly 100 already in 2026. He is going to be asked to bowl in this morning session.
Well, here's Sanderson. Oh, that's a big shout for Sanderson. I think height probably the issue on that occasion. Just sending the slip catchers up in appeal. You can see Harrison now really starting to go through a far more vigorous warm-up. But I do think that will almost be the calling card of the Tudor Rose as the summer progresses, especially in red ball cricket. You look at the spin bowling options. Got plenty at their disposal. So that one is edged and taken. Ricardo Vasconcelos it is with the catch. And as we inch ever closer to the end of this morning session, Northamptonshire have got their 4th. It's the big wickets, the crucial one of Laius Deploy, who departs for a well-made 51. Middlesex now 105 for 4 in the 26th over.
Yeah, that partnership broken, worth 85 between Geddes and Deploy. But the pressure that Conway and Sanderson are able to build with one another between the pair of them, that was their 5th over. Conway, 2 overs, none for 8. Sanderson starting his 3rd, 2 overs, now 1 for 9. The pressure paying for Northamptonshire And what had been a very, very good hour and, well, 15 minutes really for Middlesex, broken a couple of minutes before the lunch break. And now Ryan Higgins has got a really nasty little 3-minute mini session here before the players are going to walk off for lunch. But a great innings from Deploy. You can tell he's devastated. He just tosses the gloves down on the floor as he makes his way across the boundary rope. Well-made 51 in tough conditions against a bowling attack that were on fire when he walked out in the middle. 105 for 4. And what was the momentum swaying in the favour of Middlesex feels like it's just been wrestled back by the hosts.
Yep, completely agree. As you said, this now very challenging for Ryan Higgins just to navigate before the interval. It's one of those where you're not really going to trouble the scorers too much, but you don't want to lose the 5th wicket. Middlesex do lose that 5th here. It's definitely flipped over to Northamptonshire's morning, even though we've just seen a wonderful partnership between Geddes and the aforementioned Deploy. But I really like that from Sanderson because we've seen him take a couple of angles of approach there to Deploy. On that occasion, it's a really difficult one to play because he's angling it back into the left-hander. So he's just had a slight fence at it. He's nibbled just in that corridor of uncertainty. And in the end, well, it's a good catch from Vasconcelos. Here is Sanderson again then. That's a good take from Lewis McManus. You can just see that has been the boost for Northamptonshire. A little bit more lively and animated in the field. But as for Lewis Deploy, that does extend his streak now. In every single first-class appearance he's got for Middlesex against Northamptonshire, he has scored at least 150. And that streak will continue as a result of that innings.
He's a very, very good cricketer, isn't he? And Northamptonshire will be delighted to see the back of him, particularly with only 51 next to his name as well, because he was looking very, very fluent for most of that session. Be interesting to see, well, one, are we going to get another over? And that's going to be the first thing to think about. We've got 2 deliveries left to go in this over. Maybe just over a minute on the clock. So this could be the end of the morning session for Ben Sanderson. And I suspect as they steal the single, oh, there's a big appeal for run out there, is there? Umpire says no. Sanderson can't quite believe that Ryan Higgins has got off the mark there. And I don't think Northamptonshire can believe that that's been given not out.
Well, we don't have the benefit, do we, of having that side on view. But again, it was a slightly risky single. From what we can see there, it was a little bit tight.
Very close, wasn't it? Made his ground, though, for the single. Dot ball to finish, 106 for 4. And I believe that is going to be lunch, isn't it? 106 for 4 then at the end of the morning session. 2 wickets apiece for Harry Conway and Ben Sanderson. Your 2 not-out batters for Middlesex. Ben Geddes on 33, Ryan Higgins on 1. But the star of the show for the visitors, that man just dismissed, Loose Deploy, 51 off 66 deliveries, including 6 fours, 105 for 4. Aaron, Northamptonshire edging it at the moment?
I'd say so. I think slightly. I think that partnership between Geddes and Deploy has definitely steadied the ship. It's allowed for Middlesex to get up to a far better position than what they initially found themselves in. But you ask any bowling side around the country, 4 wickets in the morning session, you'd be very, very happy with that. And look, we've got a great afternoon session coming our way. So let's see what it has in store.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
the money, as you would expect. Solid defense by Geddes. Driven through the offside powerfully by Geddes. That'll be another 4 for the Middlesex middle order batter, and it will be 50 as well. He moves to 52 with a glorious cover drive. Takes the score up to 130, and Geddes salutes the dressing room and the Middlesex supporters that are in the ground here at Northampton. We are back. We do apologise as well. We apologise for the technical difficulties that we are experiencing here with the audio levels on the stream. Stick with us. Very grateful for your company here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club on Stillbacks TV. To the thigh pad. Be 1 added to the scoreboard. It will be a leg by, I believe, as well. Slight delay in changing the field as Northamptonshire employ that short leg that was so successful this morning. James Sales back under the lid. 3 slips and a short leg in place for Sanderson. Higgins on strike. We are just about ready to get underway. Higgins shuffles down. Defends that back to Sanderson. 131 runs on the board. 4 wickets down. Middlesex chose to have a bat first this morning. Comfortably left well alone. By Higgins. Been a good start to the afternoon session here for Middlesex, Aaron, don't you think?
Oh, most definitely. You look at the score at lunch, it was 106 for 4 for the visitors, so already added an extra 25 runs to their tally from this morning. Completely agree. The pair have been very proactive in their approach.
Significant away swing to end the over. Dot ball to finish, 131 for 4. Geddes, 52. Higgins on 6.
Just to give you a little bit of a score update as well. First one comes from Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 91 for 2. Ollie Price, the latest man to fall, for 35. He was clean bowled by George Balderson. And on the south coast, Hampshire now 124 for 6 against Somerset.
Certainly a bowling day today, isn't it? Wickets falling. And then our Warwickshire still 5 down.
They
They
are
lost
indeed,
one
yep. 88 for 5 at Edgbaston as the Bears play host to Essex. And yeah, just looking at the maths on that, then 17 wickets have fallen across the 4 games so far. So yeah, definitely been a day for the bowlers.
Money for Conway. At the moment, Geddes has plenty of answers here. Our highest score for Middlesex in this fixture, surpassing that 51 made by Luce Deploy earlier this morning. Just in an interesting article published about the qualification process for England and their potential international cricketers and domestic, who would be considered the domestic talent cricketer. Luce Deploy is named in the article as well, so ECB considering bringing those qualifications in line with what the ICC state. Based on what we've seen from Luce Deploy, particularly at Wantage Road, he would certainly be in the topic of conversation to have an international call-up, I would say. No run added. I think there was a chance there for a leg bye to be taken, taking avoiding action, but no shot being offered. So Geddes electing to stay still. 133 for 4. Very good in this innings has Ben Geddes. Been fluent since making his way out to the middle, despite getting out there in those tough and challenging conditions when the score was 20 for 3. He's played his shots, looked to find the boundary on every occasion that he's had. So that's the contrast, isn't it? He's faced 64 deliveries for this score of 54. He's racing along. Takes another single there, just gets it wide of Luke Proctor. He will keep the strike. End of the over, 134 for 4. Geddes now on 55.
I think the important thing to mention as well with Geddes, he hasn't looked to overhit the ball, has he? I know he's played a couple of full shots on the drive, but he's not looking to leather the cricket ball every single time that he's at the crease. It's a case of just allowing the ball to do the talking. He's finding the middle of the bat on many an occasion. He has played some absolutely stupendous shots today, especially the on drives, the extra cover drives. Played a couple of very nice ones square of the wicket as well. Imagine it'd make for quite the aesthetically pleasing wagon wheel.
Yeah, it's been enjoyable to watch, isn't it? That innings, or that partnership between himself and the captain. Luce Deploy was a good partnership. Good to watch, good to enjoy. Certainly put Luke Proctor and Liam Guthrie under a lot of pressure when they took over from Ben Sanderson and Harry Conway. Sanderson, economically at his best. It's driven down the ground, well fielded by Luke Proctor. Keeps it down to a dot ball. Sanderson starting his 12th over. Conway having bowled 11. I would imagine we'll see another spell from Luke Proctor. And then I think the conversation and the question comes in as to whether it's going to be Calvin Harrison or whether it's going to be Liam Guthrie. a gentle single. Strolled into the leg side. Another one added for Ben Geddes.
I was touching upon his wagon wheel there. That is just the second run that he scored behind square for Geddes today. Played an awful lot of shots through the covers. As I mentioned, that really is a significant area of strength, and 21 of his 56 runs have arrived via that region between cover and extra cover. The further 11 coming through mid-wicket and 9 coming down the ground. So it's been a very controlled and measured effort so far.
Keeper up to the stumps as well. Higgins very, very proactively using his feet against Sanderson. So McManus just trapping the Middlesex all-rounder in the crease with the short leg in place as well.
It's almost like the combo, isn't it, for Sanderson here? Keeper up to the stumps and sails under the lid.
Yeah, at the moment, though, Higgins has got an answer. Top ball to end the over. Sanderson's now bowled 12. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 44, and the score is 135 for 4.
I've just taken a look at the game down in Bristol. Gloucestershire now 3 down. Ben Charlesworth, the latest man to depart in that one. Trapped LBW by the aforementioned George Balderson. So not the ideal start to the afternoon session there for the glorious Gloucesters. Of course, alternatively for Lancashire, exactly what they were looking for. And, well, your premonition, or your prediction, I should say, Dan, was correct. It will be Luke Proctor to resume his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, taken over from Harry Conway, which he did in the morning session. It's just 5 overs for Luke Proctor so far. No maidens, none for 24. So he was able to regain a bit of control as that spell went on, but just let a bit of the pressure out of the tyres, allowed Deploy and Geddes to get away. You can tell that final 3 over spell from Harry Conway just starting to tire a fraction. It was 0 for 18 from the 3 overs that he bowled after lunch. So right decision from Luke Proctor to get as many out of he and Sanderson as possibly could. That's another glorious cricket shot by Ben Geddes. Bit of a half volley from Luke Proctor, but big stride forwards from the Middlesex man. Takes himself to 60 with another boundary.
And yet again, that comes back to our previous topic of conversation with Geddes. He's not looking to absolutely belt the ball there. He's taken one big stride forward. He's almost leant into the shot and just caressed it through the extra cover gap. Just a very pleasant and pleasing looking shot there, and continues to deal in boundaries through that particular region. Safe Save has gone into more of a catching position as a result.
Yeah, and they've really just taken the catches out, haven't they? With that change in the bowling straight away. So it's just one slip in place, which is Ricardo Vasconcelos. Calvin Harrison has moved round to a gully. As you mentioned, Safe Save just stood on the square. George Bartlett has been pulled out to a cover. He does find that gap, but There is protection covering that short side of the ground today, so just a single. Let's not forget that Middlesex did win the toss and choose to have a bat first. So you and I, we've not been out to the middle. And if we had been, I'm not guaranteeing that you and I would be qualified enough to sit around and say whether this was a good or a bad batting surface. But having won the toss and chosen to bat first, particularly with the cloud cover over the ground today, you'd say that loose deploy and Middlesex thought that was a good, or is a good batting pitch, and Geddes proving exactly what deploy started the day out with. It's another shot down the ground, which is going to be cut off by McSweeney.
Well, if we go back to the first game of the season against Lancashire, the Red Rose scored 384 all out in that first innings in what were probably worse conditions than this. I mean, yes, it was very overcast, but very blustery on that first day of the season. Conditions, thankfully, not as bad today. But there are runs to be scored. I think that's the important thing. But what we saw in that game, as we see the end of the 33rd over, Middlesex 140 for 4. At times, you do have to be a little bit more patient. You have to bide your time in the middle. You can't go searching for runs necessarily. You've just got to very much play the ball on its merits. It's got good pace, good carry in the surface, especially against the seam bowlers. We haven't seen spin as of yet. But it's about digging in, grafting at times. You saw Lewis McManus do that as well in that exact same game. Started off comparatively slow, but then as you start to get into the rhythm, as soon as you start to get into your groove on wickets like this, you can start to get the boundaries with plenty of fluency, as we see Geddes again. This time electing to go through mid-wicket for 1.
Yeah, and you only have to look at the scores around the country, don't you, to realise that they are challenging batting conditions in the UK today. She said Hampshire are 6 down, Warwickshire are 6 down, 4 wickets down here. The 4th has fallen at Bristol as well for Gloucestershire. So it's hard going. Just Northamptonshire really were desperate this morning for either Luke Proctor or Liam Guthrie to back up their opening pair. Had that had been the case, loose deploy and Geddes had been frustrated during the rest of that morning session. Northamptonshire could have been looking at maybe 1 more down than where they are at the moment. But you can see the control that Sanderson offers just with the field that Luke Proctor's able to set. It almost looks like an end of day 4 trying to take the final wicket kind of field, doesn't it? As those fielders are just converging on Ryan Higgins. Still on 6, Higgins. Northamptonshire, I think, are doing very well here to try and frustrate the Middlesex all-rounder, who hasn't had the strongest start to 2026 with the bat in hand. Obviously a phenomenal bowler, just hasn't quite got the bat working the way he wants it as yet. Oh, it's in the air and it's past James Sales at short leg. That would have been the catch of the day if he'd have taken that one. He's got 2 already in that position, and it is 4 for Higgins. He moves to double figures, takes the score up to 145 for 4.
Yeah, would like to take a second look at that shot there from Higgins. As you said, Sales sent into a bit of a dive there as he attempted to corral it. Again, on that shot, that's almost just a case of muscle memory. It's almost just a case of playing that shot, even though you know that the player's there at short leg.
Just nipping away from Higgins. Doesn't go clean into the gloves for McManus. Fortunately, no outside edge.
Hampshire now 7 down at the Utility Bowl. Cody Youssef trapped LBW by Craig Overton. So yeah, the theme of the day, wickets, wickets, and more wickets.
Oh, there's a bit of spite in that one, wasn't there? That's really popped off the surface and caught Higgins by surprise. He's ripped the glove off the bat handle there. It does fall safely into the offside. Hopefully he's okay. 145 for 4. 34 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, it's an interesting delivery, that. Sharp rise and sharp bounce, which, as you said, got Higgins just wringing the hand a little bit off the top of his bat. Interesting. We'll see if there's any similar ones in store for Luke Proctor here from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Just looking at the field here. Again, it is a 6-3 spread in favour of the offside. Long leg, deep square leg, mid-on. There, your three fielders on the leg side. Skedders plays that one out to the fielder at deep square leg. As for the fielders on the offside, well, James Sales is out at deep backward point. Two slips in the cordon in Vasconcelos and Calvin Harrison. Also a gully in play, as well as a short cover and a mid-off. Higgins there plays that with nice soft and deft hands. Runs it down to deep backward for 1. Yeah, it is interesting with Ryan Higgins so far this season. Scores of 5, 2 and 11 in the opening couple of fixtures at Lord's. Certainly a better batter than that, as we've seen for many a season. So that one is short and just helped along its way. Northamptonshire do have protection down towards the heavy sweep, so will just be a single. But his bowling this season, well, it has been top-notch, as we've grown to expect. 3 for 18 against Gloucestershire, 3 for 39 and 4 for 68 against Worcestershire. Very, very skillful operator with the red ball in hand, as we'll see later on in this fixture. Jets off there for the quick single. It is something I imagine we'll see a lot with Middlesex as well, especially with Higgins. Saw it on quite a few occasions against Worcestershire, just bringing the keeper up. It is something which Cracknell is more than comfortable with. So too is McManus, as we've seen today against Sanderson. It's not the worst tactic to employ.
Yeah, well, it'll be a treat this week. It'll be the first time in a couple of years that we'll see Middlesex at the county ground in Northampton with a Dukes rather than a Kookaburra. Very high scoring, relatively flat affairs over the last couple of years here in Northampton between these two counties. Plenty of runs being scored, double hundreds from Emilio Gay, huge ones from Joe Cracknell. Short ball pulled away. But even with that Kookaburra, you could see the skill, the control that Ryan Higgins offered. So that shot does bring up the 150 for the visitors, 150 for 4.
Of course, in the last game here, he took a hat-trick, didn't he? Ryan Higgins.
Well remembered. Or researched.
Well, a little bit of both, of course. We had to research it for the last game, didn't we? When Harry Conway had 2 in 2 on the stroke of lunch against Lancashire. But that was the last first-class hat-trick here at the county ground in Northampton. But it's interesting you speak there about Middlesex and their record in recent years. They have scored a lot of runs, but they haven't actually beaten Northants here since 2018. So it's been quite a few years now, touching upon 9 seasons, in fact, since they last tasted victory in a championship game here. Skedders just defends that one. I mean, that was a very, very memorable game for a couple of individuals. Ricardo Vasconcelos scored 140. And in the same innings, James Harris took 7 for 38. In the years that have followed, Northants have had the better of the games here at Wantage Road. So that's edged and taken. Brilliant catch from Calvin Harrison, and Ben Sanderson works his magic once more. It's the third wicket of the day for the veteran seam bowler. And Middlesex now have lost their 5th wicket. The visitors 150 for 5. Sanderson dismisses Geddes for a very well-made 65.
Huge wicket again, isn't it? Sanderson has got the knack of removing those 2 guys that were in, deploy before lunch for 51, and Geddes now for 65. Both of them looking incredibly fluent. You can see the disappointment in the body language of Ben Geddes there as he's only just made his way off the square. Much to his disappointment to have been removed. A good catch from Calvin Harrison. He's got a good set of hands in the slip cordon. So it just starts to get a little bit gloomy here. Middlesex have lost their 5th as the floodlights come on.
And the next man into bat for the visitors will be Joe Cracknell, 26-year-old wicketkeeper from Enfield. We just take some more looks there at the catch from Harrison. It's a really good catch, that. Tumbling low to his left. First real opportunity.
It is from Geddes, isn't it? He was very, very good, very disciplined, very stylish. Northamptonshire will be very happy to see the back of him as well, but they'll know from last year how dangerous Joe Cracknell can be. It was an excellent innings that he put together and scored here at the county grounds last summer. Luke Proctor will be in conversation with Ben Sanderson going, well, how many more overs do you think you can get through? Because this is going really well and we don't really want to take you off.
Yes, definitely gone gloomier, hasn't it? Floodlights now starting to take a little bit of an effect. Breeze also begins to pick up, as you can see, the billowing of the players' shirts in the slip cordon. 3 await along with James Sales at short leg. Here is Sanderson then to Cracknell. He starts off on the defensive. Yeah, just going back to that efforts from Joe Cracknell last season. 112, a career best for the Middlesex Gloveman. Also comes from a cricket club who have produced a number of Middlesex cricketers over the years. North Middlesex, that was his home club alongside a certain Luke Holman. Has also played for Felling in recent years as well. In addition to playing national counties cricket, he played that for Berkshire in 2018. In terms of what we can expect from Cracknell, certainly likes to play his shots very strong against the short ball, whether it's on the pull or the hook. Which you can imagine with any keeper, quite bottom hand dominant, so likes to exploit that gap through mid-wicket. Let's see what he can produce in this one.
Yeah, he's exceptionally quick between the wickets as well, isn't he? Middlesex have been proactive with their running, so that will continue with the addition to Joe Cracknell. He is lightning fast, over 22 yards with the full kit on. End of another over. Does Sanderson get one more, Aaron?
It's the big question, isn't it? Wicket maiden. I mean, certainly wouldn't be a bad option if he does have another one. What we do know, though, we Proctor from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Speaking of interesting journeys as well, touched upon it with Ryan Higgins, but originally born in Harare in Zimbabwe. His family moved to the UK when he was 13 and went to study in Berkshire, funnily enough, at Bradfield College. He leaves that one well alone. Went on to join the Middlesex Academy. Made his second 11 debut for the club in 2012 and then started his proper pro career with the team in 2014 after making his debut in a T20 against Somerset. He just looks to work that wide of a diving Harry Conway. There's a little bit of a chuckle there as he gets back to his feet.
Hopefully he's all right. Kind of got his knee stuck in the grass there a little bit, didn't he? Just hobbling away. He's a warrior, isn't he? Conway. I don't think he's not gonna take himself off the field. But he almost went down in installments and then got up a little bit slower. 150 for 5. I think with Harry Conway here at this particular moment, and what I've noticed during his stints here with Northamptonshire is that he wants to be out there, doesn't he? You could forgive the big fast bowler that's bowled 11 overs this morning to have taken a sit down in the dressing room for 15, 20 minutes, change the socks, have the massage, fill your drinks back up. But he doesn't. He wants to be out there. He barely leaves the field at all.
Takes the quick single there, does Cracknell, gets him off the mark. Yeah, and a very animated individual, isn't he, Harry Conway? Saw him there just before that delivery was bowled, practicing some golf shots, having a bit of a laugh there with Nathan McSweeney. And he does appear to be okay. It was one of those where he just went down a little bit awkwardly, but thankfully doesn't appear to be anything serious. Higgins once more advances on the defence. It is always fascinating, though, with Higgins, the fact that I mentioned there, he made his professional debut for Middlesex in 2014, but he didn't make his first-class debut until 2017. Now, for some people, that might be quite surprising because it feels like Higgins has been around for well over a decade, but it's been a little bit more recent. Proctor bowls that one short. And then the previous season, of course, he made the move to Gloucestershire, where he had a very fruitful time indeed in the West Country before returning to Middlesex in 2022. So it's been quite the journey for Ryan Higgins as we see the ends of over number 37. Middlesex 152 for 5, Higgins on 13. Cracknell is on 1, and I'm always looking when it comes to the warm-ups of bowlers and Calvin Harrison really getting limber. Imagine we'll see a little bit of leg spin coming up in the immediate future. And I don't mind that, Dan. I must say, just gives you something different, doesn't it?
Yeah, it won't be long. We thought we would have seen him in that morning session had it not been for the dismissal of Luce Deploy anyway. I think with the fact that Luke Proctor himself doesn't feel like he's getting the purchase out of the surface that Sanderson or Conway have. And then obviously with those 4 overs from Liam Guthrie as well, he's going to have to look elsewhere. And there's nowhere better really in this Northamptonshire 11 than to look at their tall leg spinner, Calvin Harrison. Said he's bowled nearly 100 overs already in the championship, taking a decent amount of wickets in that 100 overs as well. So it'll be a good bowling change. I expect that will be from the Lynn Wilson centre end to replace Luke Proctor. An appeal for LBW. I think Joe Cracknell's hit it. Big inside edge. Sanderson can't believe it. Slipcorden can't believe it, but I heard two noises, Aaron. I thought that was a fairly straightforward inside edge on that one.
Yeah, we'll have to take a second look, but definitely agree. There were two noises, at least picked up by the ambient mic. Very vociferous in the appeal, though, weren't they, Northamptonshire?
Oh, it was close. It was close. I heard two noises through the effects mic, but
Unless he hit the bat into the pad.
potentially, but a very, very convincing appeal from Ben Sanderson nonetheless. He's got a couple of score updates for you, Aaron, as well. The wickets continue to tumble. Hampshire are 7 down now, 151 for 7. Warwickshire are 7 down, 113 for 7, but it is raining over in Birmingham. And Gloucestershire are 5 down now against Lancashire, 105 for 5. But obviously the 5 wickets have fallen here. I do wonder, obviously we've talked up about the surface and Deploy's decision to have a bat first this morning in this fixture, but it was a bit of a 50-50 split between the four games. 2 chose to bat first, 2 chose to bowl first. That's a beauty. Absolute beauty from Sanderson. I wonder whether it was closer to a 50-50 decision with the cloud cover and the weather that's around today between having a bat or a bowl first.
That might be something for the end of day post-match interview, mightn't it? No, it would be interesting. But then again, Northamptonshire have bowled well. Especially this man, Ben Sanderson, who yet again just continues to probe away at the defences here of Joe Cracknell. Yet another confident stride forward will bring about the end of the over. 38 have been bowled. That latest one, a maiden from Ben Sanderson. Middlesex remain 152 for 5. And it will be Calvin Harrison then from the Lynn Wilson centre end, the former Nottinghamshire and Hampshire man. So we'll see a little bit of leg spin. I think we're both in agreement, aren't we, Dan? I think that's a pretty good decision at this point. Just give Harrison a couple of overs, see how he goes, and see if he can make something happen. That's exactly why you go to your wrist spinners. They can be the X factor, can't they?
Yeah, and he's a genuine wicket-taking bowler, isn't he? He's not there to hold an end up per se. He's there to take wickets. Luke Proctor recognising that it's not quite working for himself today. That was 3 overs, no maidens, none for 12. So he concludes his spell with 8 overs, no maidens, none for 36. It's more the accuracy of Sanderson, isn't it? That's been so successful for him today with those 3 for 49. And obviously the 2 wickets for Conway as well. The accuracy that those 2 guys possess rather than the assistance on offer for the bowlers. Breeze really is starting to pick up, isn't it? Floodlights are on. Pretty gloomy out there. As I mentioned, it is raining over in Birmingham. Hopefully, we seem to have a knack here at the county ground in Northampton that we just don't get wet, which is phenomenal, really, considering the amount of rain that we do get in the UK. So hopefully that band of rain that's drifting across misses us. And it's not something we have to contend with here on day one.
That one just carved away down towards the boundary for 4 more runs. Now the first one for Joe Cracknell. Played that nice and late. A little bit of width on offer on that occasion from Harrison. As a result, the keeper just implementing that back foot shot to great effect.
Yeah, he'll certainly give you opportunities to score. Or Carvin Harrison. He's not necessarily, but you would expect, or sorry, you wouldn't expect the leg spinner to be that type of bowler, but he's not the type of bowler to rack up consecutive maidens, is he, and really kind of build the pressure up, particularly, or even in the first innings. But he is tall, he does get that extra bounce, and he gives it a serious tweak as well. Genuine wicket taker. End of the over, 167 for 5.
Well, it appears as though we're going to have a change of end here for Harry Conway. Confidently strode over to the umpire. Gave his cap, his jumper as well. Indeed, it will be the tall Australian from the opposing side of the ground.
Well, I think at this stage of the game, 5 down for 150, 160, it kind of is just the opportunity for Luke Proctor to continue to turn the screw. If you can pick up one of these two guys now, then you're looking at a very favourable score for Northamptonshire, having been asked to have a bowl first this morning. So just trying to get or eke an extra couple of overs out of Sanderson and Conway here, particularly with the way that Liam Guthrie bowled this morning. I don't necessarily think you can go back to Guthrie immediately, and Proctor recognising himself that it's not as successful for him.
It's a really good stop, isn't it? I believe it's Nathan McSweeney down there at mid-on. Of course, he's the vice-captain for Northamptonshire this season, alongside the Tudor Roses captain, Luke Proctor, who's there at mid-off. 3 catches in the slips. Safe Sabe operating at backward point. Also fielder in short cover. Right on cue. There is that man, James Sales, the fielder in question.
That's another bowling option, isn't it, for Luke Proctor if he looks at James Sales. As you mentioned, he had a bit of an inspired spell at Canterbury last week. Much better than what he was able to do here a fortnight ago against Lancashire. It's not necessarily the last roll of the dice, is it, here with Conway, but it's an aggressive roll of the dice with Middlesex 5 down.
Well, that's taken a bit of a ricochet off the stump. Bartlett will have to rearrange the furniture there. Just having a look at the game down in Bristol. Gloucestershire now 6 wickets down. Really has been a terrific spell of bowling, that from George Balderson. Was wicketless before lunch. Has taken 4 wickets in 6 overs in the afternoon session. Paul Coughlin, the man with the other one. It's a good stop by Harry Conway.
Yeah, those woes for Gloucestershire at the start of the year, kind of both thought that they'd maybe turned the corner, hadn't they, after that morning session, just being the 1 down. And the worry is for Gloucestershire with George Balderson is the fact that he can bowl for an entire session, can't he, from one end without really needing to be taken off. Did Ajit Singh Dale come back into the game or not? Or has he just bowled those 2 overs? Yeah, he has, hasn't he? Which isn't a great sign if you're a Lancashire and Ajit Singh Dale fans who have been taken out of the attack after 2 overs and not come back again. Hopefully he is okay.
That one's just pushed very square of the wicket. Should be at least 2. We'll just stay at 2 on the offside.
Could be another one of those new injury substitutions coming into the. How do you feel about those, Aaron? You are a connoisseur of the county championship. What's your thoughts?
I think the current rule is prone to be taken advantage of.
Yeah.
Can't wait. Comes in here, that one just squeezes wide of safe save, who pursues after that down towards the deep third boundary. That's really good running from Higgins. He was the one who called that straight away. They turn it into 3. That'll be the end of the over. 5 runs coming from it. Middlesex 163 for 5 after 40.
I've actually just said that Ajit Singh Dale will be replaced in the lineup by Ollie Sutton, having suffered an injury during the morning session. So another one of the injury substitutes. But sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, it's just in its current guise, especially the fact that it is a rigid, it's an 8-day absence period, isn't it? Once a player has been ruled out. And for teams who have got a bye week, obviously that's a little bit more lax on them, isn't it? You could just rest a player with a potential injury and have them back fit and firing for 2 weeks' time. So I think for certain cases, I don't mind there being an injury rule. I've seen incidents in the past where players have come in and you can tell they are really, really badly injured, should not be batting. So in that instance, I think it's very justified. So there's a slight appeal there for Calvin Harrison, but I think it does need an adjustment. And of course, for other things like personal issues, bereavement, completely justified, completely valid. I'm glad that they've been included alongside concussions. But I definitely think it needs a tweak, and already those conversations are being had, aren't they?
Yeah. I read somewhere about the simulation that had been run or something along that lines, that the ECB had kind of predicted that they're actually going to be half of the amount or less than half of the amount that had been used so far. It's a great stop. So James Sales again. It's not, it's Liam Guthrie in at mid-wicket. Actually, there's been over double the amount of injury substitutions used in those opening 2 rounds of the county championship than what the ECB kind of predicted would be the case. So, of course, as you say, very, very legitimate reasons for those substitutions. Equally, there are some that you're able to raise an eyebrow towards, aren't you? And I think Kieran Carlson particularly highlighted one of those up at Trent Bridge. Last time out for Glamorgan. Got him. What a strange bit of cricket. Brings about the end to Ryan Higgins. Northamptonshire had bowled very, very well to the Middlesex all-rounder. Faced 34 deliveries for 14 runs, and against Calvin Harrison there, bit of a bottom-hand hack really through the leg side. Just about carried to safe save at mid-on. And Calvin Harrison's got his first. Northamptonshire have got 6. And Higgins has got to go in a very, very strange fashion for 14. Pick the bones out of that one, Mr. Vols.
Well, it is. It's an odd dismissal. That's how I'd describe that. Strange, peculiar, bizarre. I mean, maybe you can see what he's trying to do, but it was very bottom hand, wasn't it, on that shot? And just didn't get the elevation that he required at all. Especially when we've already seen the wicket of Geddes fall. For Higgins now to fall as well. It's another wicket that's fallen here for the visitors. Just a bit of an unnecessary dismissal, that, as far as Middlesex are concerned. mean, yes, I can see the logic in terms of wanting to take the attack to a spinner, try and get them out of their sense of rhythm early doors, but it just wasn't the shot to be played against that particular delivery. So, yeah, it's one of those which I think, with the power of hindsight, Higgins would probably want a second chance at.
It was a bit too full, wasn't it, really, to get underneath it? Harrison just floating it up there a bit more than maybe what Higgins had read from the hand. Couldn't quite get underneath it the way that he wanted to take it over the top of Safe Zabe. As it is, gets a bit of toe end on it and almost chips it to the Northamptonshire middle order batter, who takes a good catch. Harrison, who has been very, very busy at the start of the 2026 calendar for Northamptonshire, picks up his first wicket in this fixture. As you say, you can see the logic in it. You really can, trying to put pressure on Calvin Harrison and maybe give Luke Proctor something extra to think about, thinking, oh, geez, well, we can't bowl Harrison from this end. We're going to have to go back to one of our seamers. And it's looked like a bit of a gifted wicket, I think would be fair to say. It's 164 for 6.
Yeah, especially in comparison to some of the others that we've seen today. But Harrison, he'll be absolutely delighted. Always nice, isn't it, for a spinner to get a wicket early doors, as we see Harry Conway charging in here. Cracknell just runs that off the face of the bat down towards the aforementioned Safe Zabe. Of course, the next man into bat here for Middlesex is Zafar Gohar, former Pakistan international. Again, another individual with a very interesting cricketing journey, as we can touch upon in more detail. I might save that for when he's bowling, though. Of course, we've got 4 days of action, haven't we? This game can't be giving away absolutely everything on day one.
Not all of your research. The pages and pages of research that you've done.
Well, it's what the county championship and these two counties deserve. Starts off with a So 2 slips and a gully in play here for the left-hander. It's a very nice delivery from Harry Conway. Already just testing that channel outside the off stump.
A beauty first up by 165 for 6. Short ball, very short, and Zafar Gohar just dips out the way of that one. A lot of encouragement for the big Australian fast bowler from his Northamptonshire teammates. Starting his 13th over, or midway through his 13th over here. 2 for 43. And beats Zafar Gohar with a big, big appeal, almost celebration-esque from Harry Conway. Left well alone, though. None of his teammates went up with him at all. Short ball once again. Gohar underneath it. End of the over. 42 overs have been bowled in this innings. The score is 165 for 6. Middlesex electing to have a bat first this morning. The floodlights are on. It's a combination of Harry Conway and Calvin Harrison bowling for the host, Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Stream is powered by Daffabet here at Wantage Road. And we are grateful for you tuning in, grateful for your company as the wickets continue to tumble here at the county ground, as they do around the rest of the country as well. So just the one slip in place for Harrison. Cracknell's on 13. Fielder's just getting into position. Man out at deep square leg, one at deep cover. It's 8 down now for Hampshire against Somerset. Still raining at Edgbaston, and down in Bristol, they've gone off for bad light. Gloucestershire 124 for 6. Swept away for, they will look for 2. George Bartlett flies in off the boundary rope, trying to keep that down to a single, and does. Picks the ball up well, releases it. Just traps Joe Cracknell at the non-striker's end. He'll have faith in Zafar Gohar. It won't necessarily be a case of batting with the tail at all. But with Toby Rowland Jones, Tom Helm, and Navia Sharma still to come for the visitors. But Cracknell very much the senior batter in this partnership. Short leg in place. Oh, and he's played it well. He's guided it past Vasconcelos. Won't go to the boundary. We'll come back for a second. So Zafar Gohar off the mark with a couple of runs. That one from Harrison just slides across safely into the gloves of McManus. 168 for 6, 42 overs. This is the 43rd. What with the majority of being bowled by seam during the course of the morning session and the day so far. Just the 3 overs for Calvin Harrison. This is his 3rd. That one. Just about underway to complete this over. Sales has moved from a short leg into a second slip. And Gohar does take the single into the offside, so he will keep the strike. End of the 43rd over. It's 169 for 6. Gohar on 3, Cracknell on 14. Northamptonshire just taking their time to get the field how they would like it. George Bartlett checking with Harry Conway whether they wanted him at gully or whether he wanted him at third slip, and Conway has moved him to third slip as captain and bowler continue to tinker with the field. I think we're about to get underway. Conway from the David Capel end. Zafar Gohar on strike. Goes Yorker, and it's squeezed away down to deep third for 4. Takes Middlesex into the 170s. Still a nice number of spectators in and around the grounds here on Friday afternoon in Northampton. Looks busy out there today, doesn't it? It just has an air of busyness around the boundary boards.
It does, and it does as well here in the Lynn Wilson Centre. Plenty of activity below us here in the comms box.
Short and pulled away off the hip for a single.
Yeah, so earlier just went down there for a little bit of a stroll, and well, plenty of people in the suites and on the balcony bit. Also today, again, it's slightly out of shot, but to our left in the Jackson Grundy, nice smattering of spectators. Also a few in the Briggs and Foresters to our right, and then of course we've seen the majority over towards the Spencer Lounge and
Cry of Catcham. The animated Conway once again. Tidy work by McManus behind the stumps. Yeah, I don't necessarily think many sat outside will agree, but they all look slightly warmer than what they did a fortnight ago.
it was cold, wasn't it? That
Slightly less
Lancashire
bobble
game.
hats.
It was just a biting cross breeze, wasn't it? We haven't seen that so much today. Of course, that will definitely aid the spin of Calvin Harrison.
Cracknell just squeezes the bat on that at the last minute. Does run away for 4 in the end, much to the unimpressed nature of Harry Conway. Kind of feels like one final burst, isn't it, from Sanderson and now Conway before Luke Proctor needs to look elsewhere. Inside edge that time. Cracknell just not able to get the timing of this surface quite as quickly as what Luce Deploy and Ben Geddes were able to do earlier on today. So Harry Conway must almost be, well, not almost, I think he must be the leading wicket taker in Division 2, isn't he now? Harry Conway, yeah, 15 wickets for the Australian, 15 wickets at an average of 18 in the 5 innings that he's bowled in so far. It's going past James Anderson. Oh, it would have been a screamer. Thick outside edge, almost guided, wasn't it, by Joe Cracknell. Calvin Harrison, full length dive, sticks a mitt out and it bursts through the hands. It's 4 more for Joe Cracknell. But that would have been an almighty catch.
Well, it would have been. He's almost just tipped it away goalkeeper style, hasn't he there, Calvin Harrison? Would have been a rip snorter. There, a second slip. I mean, he is a very tall individual, but that one just beyond his grasp. In the end, just deflects it away down towards deep third for 4. Again, though, half opportunity that would have been a very, very difficult catch to actually complete. But Harry Conway making things happen. And here is Harrison to bowl.
Fortunately showing no ill effect to that ball almost striking his hands the over before. Solid defence by Zafar Gohar. Certainly no mug with the bat, is he? Zafar Gohar, carded at number 8 for Middlesex in this fixture.
Also celebrating a milestone in this game as well. His 100th appearance in the first class format for the 32-year-old. Of course, a little bit like the previously mentioned Ryan Higgins, used to ply his trade for Gloucestershire before making the move to Middlesex ahead of the 2025 season. Qualifies as a local player as well due to residency. He does still play quite a bit of first-class cricket in Pakistan as well. Plays for Ghani Glass.
Some wonderful, wonderful team names in that first-class setup in Pakistan, isn't there? Various banks and police forces and city districts and things like that listed off when you check the scorecards. It's an enjoyable experience. Inside edge once again. Harrison trying to squeeze it through the defence of Joe Cracknell. Can't. End of the over. Dot ball to finish at 183 for 6. Cracknell on 22. Gohar on 9.
Yeah, and a solid start for Calvin Harrison. 1 for 12 from his first 4 overs bowled. There he is, just practicing his slip catching as well. Will be a change of bowling. It will be Liam Guthrie from the David Capel end. Currently wicketless after his opening burst. And I think the word which comes to mind here, Dan, is just control. That's what you want here from Liam Guthrie. Of course, if it produces a wicket, fantastic. That'll be a massive bonus. But you just want someone here to complement Calvin Harrison. Guthrie with the left arm angle. Providing that he gets it correct. Could do exactly that, but didn't quite have the radar in the morning session.
Yeah, it was a disappointing 4-over spell, wasn't it, for the Australian? Just wasn't able to back up the work that Sanderson had started from the David Capel end. Does have that, well, the thing he has to contend with, which can quite often be a benefit, is that extra pace. That extra pace, the extra bit of momentum and velocity on the ball, particularly Deploy and Geddes enjoyed that. They were able to use it. They were able to manipulate those gaps a little bit better with that extra pace compared to what they were able to do against Ben Sanderson. But he couldn't settle on a line or on a length and did leak a few boundaries in that 4-over spell this morning. Got the 3 catches in though, 2 slips and a gully. That one is almost uppercut away, all the way for 6, in fact, by Zafar Gohar. That has absolutely flown down towards deep third for 6.
Yeah, it did. Made a real thump as well, didn't it? Against the advertising board beneath us. For Guthrie, it's not the ideal start, that. 8 runs conceded from his first 2 deliveries in the session. Spoke about control. Hasn't quite provided that. as you said, he just needs to almost pick a length, pick a line, and just stick to it for a little bit. So far, it's been a bit too much variety from Guthrie. Just needs to keep it a little bit more simple. The fact is, of the two sides, I mean, yes, Middlesex have got 191 on the board, but they're also 6 wickets down. You can afford to just bowl within yourself. Just bowl a certain line and length as opposed to going all out every single delivery. And well, that's a very good response, though. Probably Yorker length that from the Aussie. But you see there, 3 deliveries, 3 completely different deliveries to kickstart the over.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He has that wicket-taking ability, doesn't he? And that ball before that flew down to deep third, had that not been perfectly controlled from Zafar Gohar, there was a fielder down there. He's dug the Yorker out that time around. It was a good Yorker, to be fair, to Guthrie. That one flicked into the leg side. Well fielded by Ben Sanderson. That one pulled away, safely lands in the leg side. Zabe will do the fielding and Gohar will come back for a second. So runs flowing once again with the addition of the introduction, the reintroduction to Liam Guthrie back into the bowling attack. Gohar this time races up to 19. A big appeal for LBW. Nothing from the umpire whatsoever. End of the over. 46 now have been completed. It's 193 for 6. Cracknell on 22. And Zafar Gohar on 19.
Yeah, just having taken a quick look at the scores from around the grounds, I believe we're off for rain in both Birmingham and Bristol. An 8th wicket has fallen, though, on the south coast. So Hampshire now 197 for 8 against Somerset, having won the toss and elected to have a bat first in that one. Of course, all of our focus, our attention is firmly here at the county ground in Northampton. The partnership just beginning to build between these two, stands at 29. We spoke about the importance of those partnerships just beginning to build and stifle the momentum of the home side. So far, Cracknell and Gohar doing a fine job at doing precisely that.
Yeah, it's worth 29. 29 of just 30 deliveries following that previous over from Liam Guthrie. So there will be a bit of extra pressure on Calvin Harrison here to build that pressure up from the Lynn Wilson centre end if he can. See if he can string together a couple of maidens. Got the wicket of Higgins. 4 overs, 1 for 12. That's a beauty. That has turned, it's gripped, it's beaten the outside edge of Joe Cracknell. Tidy work from Lewis McManus with the gloves. So I think that is the one thing with the bowling of Harrison that if you were to pick out would be the lack of maidens that he's able to put together. As we know with wrist spin, it's not always easy to have that control, but particularly in the first innings. can be incredibly valuable as Cracknell just mistimes the sweep.
One thing that I do really like about his bowling, though, is the pace at which he bowls at. He really does change up those subtle bits of speed now and again, and can see they're happy to employ a little bit more flight and drift on certain deliveries, spearing the googly. But he really trusts his stock ball, and his stock ball is the leg break, as it should be in first-class cricket, as we see the dot ball to end the over. Very tidy one, that, from Calvin Harrison. Middlesex remain 193 for 6 as a result of that latest maiden over. He just backs himself, and that's been the big thing. I still remember his days at Hampshire, and you could see there was talent there. There really was, but he just didn't have the confidence to back his skills over in, over out. And you see him nowadays, I think this move to Northamptonshire has been fantastic for him. He just looks like a very confident individual now with both bats and ball in hands. I mean, that is the key, but again, it comes down to experience and it comes down to time, and that is the life of a spin bowler. Look at someone like Mason Crane. Mason Crane in recent seasons for Glamorgan. Yes, he had that very quick rise to prominence for Hampshire and England, then had a little bit of a lean streak. But now he's come back. He's been absolutely brilliant early doors this season. And that's just how it is as a leg spinner. It takes time. You've got to be patient with your wrist spinners.
Yeah, it's the patience, isn't it? That's the key. So many lose trust in their wrist spinners too early. The other thing that's nice with the move for Calvin Harrison is I would imagine with the role that he would have been sold as the move to Northamptonshire, he'll feel immediately like a big and important part of this squad. To bat at number 3, to stand in the slip cordon, to be the number 1 spinner in the first-class setup, which he wasn't getting at Nottinghamshire at all. Played down the ground, mistimed. I would imagine he'll be feeling pretty happy about life.
Oh, 100%. And again, he was superb, wasn't he, in round 2? Scored a century down in Canterbury. Played a big role as well in the season opener against Lancashire, especially with the ball in hands. His spell really just wrestled back some control for the home side in that one. So that one is short. Shouts of catch it. It's going to go wide of Ben Sanderson. And a slight bit of indecision as well. They thought about coming back for the 2. Remains just a single there off the bat of Gohart. Yeah, it's an important thing, especially in the UK. And it is, I don't want to say it's a hot topic at the moment. It feels like we have this conversation every season. But as captains, you have to back your spin bowlers. You just have to.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's any hotter than what it has been over the last couple of years. It seems pretty prevalent, doesn't it? Particularly with that England test team and the question as to, wow, are we ever going to find somebody other than Graham Swan to go and do a job? Will Jacks did okay through the course of the Ashes, I think would be fair to say. But, I mean, you'd still say that slot in that England team is very much up for discussion, wouldn't you? And if you can get a role in a county that you are trusted upon and have a big job to play and a good role, then you're never going to be, you can't be far away from being in the conversation, I wouldn't have thought.
That's a good point. And I mean, that is the good thing, especially about Luke Proctor. Luke Proctor is a captain who backs his spinners. The same can be said about Tom Abel down in Somerset. I've always thought that he's a very, very good leader of his spin attack. But something tells me that that will be a real prominent feature of Northants this season. Just given the different kinds of spinners they've got. Of course, Harrison, you've got Yuzi Chahel a little bit later on this season. So that's the end of the 48th. Middlesex 194 for 6. Safe Sabe, McSweeney, he bowls his offies. Louis Kimber is another one, Nirvan Ramesh. I mean, that is just 6 quick fire options there. I mean, as a bit of a wild card, George Bartlett is another one. So that's 7.
Like Rob Keogh on the staff as well.
Stuart van der Merwe,
Yep.
left arm finger spinner. So that's 9. 9 spinners, potentially. But it's all about how do you utilise their skill set in the right manner. It's a similar conversation to Middlesex and their seamers. I mean, they have got so many fantastic fast bowlers. As Gohar plays that on the defence. Of course, sadly, we're not seeing Seb Morgan in this game. He's been rested as a result of workload management, but you've got Navya Sharma, Noah Cornwell, of course, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm, Ryan Higgins. Henry Brooks is another one. Ishan Koshal. It's a proper battery that the North London side have got. And have had for years. Think back of someone like a Tim Murtagh.
Yeah, you mentioned James Harris earlier on in the live stream, didn't you? From that game back in 2018.
That one's slightly more expansive from Gohar. Can't quite beat the man at backward point. That last one is left alone by Gohar. End of the over. 49 have been bowled, and that's back-to-back maidens from Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, it was a lot quicker and a lot flatter, that last one, wasn't it? Just making sure that he completed the job and got that maiden done. I mean, arguably probably the quickest ball I've seen Calvin Harrison bowl. I think that final delivery to Gohar really did push it through. You can already see those footholds that have been created outside the off stump of Gohar. It's going to be Guthrie to continue. That previous over was better from the Australian left armour.
Well, there's no further wickets to tell you about in the game between Hampshire and Somerset. However, Jake Lehman has scored a half-century. Cracknell plays that one on the forward defence, or at least advances down to meet the pitch of the delivery. So we speak about one Lehman. A certain Darren Lehman continues to go for his stroll around the outside of the boundary here at the county ground. Two slips awaits this next delivery as Guthrie really bangs that one in short.
The spell looks quicker, I think, than that first one that he bowled in the morning session as well. It kind of looks like he's been given a real opportunity to run in and give everything for 3 or 4 overs. Which has got to be his strength, isn't it? To bowl with that pace and that aggression.
More solid fielding there from Nathan McSweeney. The covers prevents the run from being scored. It is interesting with Guthrie, though. The fact is, yes, this is his first real go in county cricket. Signed for Northants from 2025 onwards. So that one's just pushed out. Square of the wicket on the offside for one. He had played a decent amount of club cricket in the UK. So I think back to 2022, he played for New Farnley, which is in the Bradford League up in Yorkshire. Then went on to play for Tickhill in 2023. And in 2024, he played for the Warwickshire Twos before getting this opportunity in the first squad at Northamptonshire. So he continues to rack up domestic experience. England and Wales, as that one is played beautifully by Zafar Gohar. Moves him on to 24, the score on to 199 for 6 after 50 overs. Just steered it away effortlessly.
Batted really nicely, hasn't he? Really has put Liam Guthrie under pressure. It's at 3 overs, no maidens, none for 16 from 3 overs from Guthrie in this afternoon session. Harrison holding the end up, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. 199 for 6. So it's all happened pretty quickly, hasn't it, through the course of the day? The runs have come quickly. Luke Proctor's going at 4.5 runs and over. Liam Guthrie, 5.71. Harry Conway, as well as he's bowled, gone at 4s. So Harrison continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, it does feel like it's at a slightly quick tempo at times, doesn't it, this fixture so far? Harrison prepares again. Cracknell defensive once more. Also, just for those who may be slightly newer to the county championship, of course, there are bonus points up for grabs, both in a batting and a bowling sense. So that one is swept away, but not swept fine enough. Good diving stop there from James Sales, it is. So in terms of the batting bonus points, you get your first one for reaching 250 in the opening 110 overs. That's another sharp single to bring up the 200 for Middlesex. Here in the 51st over. Really has been a hallmark of the visitors' batting today. So yeah, 250 is your first one, 300 for a second, 350 for a third, 400 for a fourth, and 450 for the fifth and final batting bonus point. Of course, that is in the first 110 overs of each side's first innings. So heading into the third and fourth innings of the game, of course, bonus points no longer a thing to be played for. So that again is swept, but it won't beat the man. Sales stops it once more, and that will be a dot ball to finish. Middlesex 201 for 6. Of course, on the flip side, as for those bowling points, well, the bowling team gets their first bowling bonus point for getting 3 wickets in the first innings. They get a second one as soon as they reach 6, and they get a third and final one. So there's a maximum of 3 in the bowling department if they take 9 or 10 wickets over the course of those 110 first innings overs. Of course, those bonus points with both the bat and the ball, well, they are gold dust over the course of the campaign. And they can be the difference ultimately between a team finishing in second and qualifying, getting promoted back to the top flight, or staying in third and having another season in Division 2. So every single one matters. Every single one counts. And that is why here for Middlesex, they've still got plenty of time. It's just a case of chipping away at those markers and those milestones. Here's Guthrie. Oh, attempted uppercut there from Gohart. That one's to no avail. What do you make of the approach here as well, Dan? Obviously, Guthrie, left-handed. Coming around the wicket here.
It's a really interesting passage of play, isn't it? I'm enjoying the fact that Liam Guthrie appears to be bowling quicker than what he did in the morning session. It looks like a real tactic here to have a short, sharp spell. Still would argue and say that he's not quite offering the control that maybe Northamptonshire would want, but I don't necessarily think he's that type of bowler. Zafar Gohar's playing his shots, isn't he? He's raced up to 25. Oh, that is quick, isn't it? That is particularly quick. It's a good length for Liam Guthrie. And so far from what we've seen, whilst runs have been able to come about quite quickly, it has felt that there's kind of one with your name on not that far away. So if you can get a quick 30 or 40 or 50 even, that could be huge by the time we come around to the fourth innings in this fixture.
Changing the field here. Shaw mid-wicket now in play. Oh, as Gohar has a little bit of a waft at that latest delivery.
This feels like he's settled into a rhythm, hasn't he? Liam Guthrie this time around, just really letting go of the ball well.
And he has changed the angle now. Now opting to go over the wicket as opposed to around, and I believe Bartlett will come in at gully. Indeed he will. Also have protection down at deep third. Just bowls a little bit too straight there. There's Guthrie. Allows for the pressure release through mid-wicket. Long chase on here. And make it back for 3. Cracknell there just giving the thumbs up to Gohart. As you said, Dan, I mean, it's a hallmark really of Cracknell's game as well, isn't it? As opposed to, I should say, in addition to the sweeps, the pulls, the hook shots, he is a greyhound between the wickets, isn't he?
Yeah, lightning fast. Really does set himself a high standard with the speed at which he can cover those 22 yards and turn as well. Recognise where there might be an extra run. It's nicely timed, but straight at safe save. Nonetheless, though, you can see the speed at which he set off. In case there was a sniff at a second. Does complete the single, though. What do Northants do here? Aaron, how long can you keep going with Liam Guthrie? Do you go bring Luke Proctor back in? Do you go spin from both ends?
It's an intriguing one, isn't it? Just given the tactics that we've seen from Luke Proctor in the past 12 to 14 months, maybe you'll probably elect to go with a like-for-like, so it will be seam and spin. So whether that's himself from the David Capel end, we could see James Sales, just in case they want to try something a little bit different. I don't think we've seen him warming up too much as of yet, so that very much a hypothetical at this stage. Of course, you do have the option of going with safe save, but if you're going to bowl safe save, it has to be from the David Capel end. Purely because if you're bowling him from the Lynn Wilson centre and you're bowling him to Zafar Gohar, if he cross-bats it, it's the short boundary. As a left-arm orthodox, he's turning it back into the left-hander. Again, we shall have to wait and see.
It'll all play out, won't it, in due course? As it is, Calvin Harrison's doing a good job from the Lynn Wilson centre ends to ask the question. There is a little bit of turn on offer for the leg spinner. Has picked up the 1 wicket of Ryan Higgins. Has beaten the bat a couple of times in this partnership.
I'm just watching Save Sabe here. Just taking a couple of glances over towards Luke Proctor. Someone attempted to be driven through the covers and well stopped in the end by Nathan McSweeney. This one firmly swept down towards deep backward square. For one, there is the sweep shot from Joe Cracknell. Certainly one of the go-to shots in the arsenal. Seen it on many an occasion, no matter the format. Gohar looks to smother that one. Quick single taken. And that will signal the end of over number 53. Middlesex 207 for 6. Cracknell on 26. Gohar on 29. And it will be James Sales then, who hands the cap to the standing umpire. As both myself and Dan mentions, had a real inspired spell down in Canterbury. Took 1 for 15 in the first innings, followed by 1 for 42 in the second. To be right arm seam here from the opposing end of the ground. Calvin Harrison appears to be the incumbent from the Lynn Wilson centre end. For Sales here, can he have the desired impact? Can he be the one to break this partnership? It now stands at 43 for the 7th wicket. Both of these two looking very comfortable indeed. Safe Sabe also showing a couple of stretches below us here in the comms box. I wonder if we could see a little bit of Zabe later on, maybe just to close out the session. Bit of a left arm finger spin. So for Sales, it'll be a 6-3 field. Favoured more so on the offside. 2 slips. A gully, which is George Bartlett's. Fielder at cover points. Wideish mid-off and deep third. Sales starts off with a dot ball. And yet again, that one almost sneaking through. Gohar does enough to keep it out, though. Still quite a while to go in the afternoon session as well. 42.4 remain in the day's play. Oh, just about dug out wide by Gohar for no run. So still over 10 overs remaining here before the tea interval is taken. Single taken. Sharp running between this duo. Partnership now moves on to 44. Oh, that one just tipped away down towards deep third. Real chase on here for safe save. Will he get there? Yes, he will. Excellent fielding. Out on the boundary rope. The Northants all-rounder saves the boundary. 3 runs have been scored there by Joe Cracknell. Moves them on to 29. Gohar on 30. Partnership on 47. Valuable runs these for Middlesex. That'll be a single to round out the 54th.
So 54 overs complete here at the county grounds in this fixture between Northamptonshire and Middlesex. The score is 212 for 6. Despite being 6 down, Middlesex, the runs just continue to flow, don't they? Partnership now worth 48. 48 of just 78 deliveries. 2 slips in place for Calvin Harrison. Changing the angle, trying to use those footmarks outside the off stump of Zafar Gohar, who himself has raced on to 31. His innings consisting of 2 4s and a 6. That one has turns. Hits the inside edge. Picked up by Harry Conway. And it looks as though we got some good news that the sunshine is starting to break out from this blanket of cloud that's been over the ground for the last couple of hours. Still got a fair bit of cricket left to be played in this afternoon session. That well played in the end. Soft hands from Gohar. Picked up by Vasconcelos at first slip. Played nicely into the gap. Will just be 1. Gohar moves to 32. It has puzzled me a little bit today, Aaron, with the speed at which Middlesex have gone about getting this 213 runs, yet still having lost 6 wickets. And the speed at which the 3 wickets fell in the morning session. It kind of feels like a really topsy-turvy day, and a lot has happened in such a short period of time.
Completely agree.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. Call for 2. I think they'll settle on 1. That is the 50 partnership between Cracknell and Gohar.
Yeah, and they batted very nicely for it indeed. Just feels like there hasn't been too much reprieve, has there? I know we've seen a couple of maiden overs here and again, but even after those, like the following over has gone for 8 or 10. There's been quite a few boundaries. Or when Middlesex have started to really almost put the pressure back onto Northants, the wicket's fallen. As we saw with the latest dismissal, that of Ryan Higgins. It appeared as though a partnership was building, and then one poorly executed shot, and suddenly appears as though their backs are against the wall again. And now Cracknell and Gohar, I mean, these two have gone about it excellently, I must say. It's a real good tempo to their batting, and the running between the wickets. It's always an important aspect, I think, regardless of the format. You've got to show intensity. You've got to put the fielders under a bit of pressure, sow those seeds of doubt, and they have done that throughout the game so far.
One's pulled away by Cracknell. Will again set off, scamper away the first, looking for a second. I think it's a relatively basic and simple standard to set yourself, isn't it? The running between the wickets. Yes, there needs to be a bit of understanding with the person that you're batting with at the time, but it's kind of an effort thing. And I don't think we can accuse Middlesex at all today of not putting the effort in between running between the wickets. They've been very, very proactive with looking for those singles. Some of them slightly hairier than the others. Joe Cracknell, in particular, very, very proactive. Taking those ones, looking for the twos. You kind of see, can't you, as a gauge with just how much he's able to back up by the point that James Sales releases the ball, how far down the wicket he gets before he then is kind of either sent back or completes that single. He travels a long way outside of his crease. Gohar can't find the gap through the offside. Hampshire are now 9 down at Southampton, 231 for 9. Still raining in Birmingham and in Bristol, so no further play between the fixtures, or in the fixtures between Warwickshire and Essex and Gloucestershire and Lancashire. Looks like we're going to have a check of the cricket ball, which was brief. Conway now offering his expertise to make sure whether it is still round or not.
Well, the two umpires are happy, so Northamptonshire can continue to use this Dukes. Now 55.3 overs old. Sales prepares to bowl.
It's a lovely looking cricket shot. Can't get it past the diving man at cover point.
Just going back to the point about the running between wickets as well. I think the word standard is very apt indeed. It also sends a message, doesn't it, to your opposition. If you're willing to take those quick ones and twos, instead of just strolling and ambling between the wickets.
It's an intensity, isn't it? It's an intensity, it's a message. And yeah, I can't think of a better way to describe it other than a standard. It's something that you can pride yourself on. And why would you not want as many runs as you could possibly get? That's what I've never really been able to work out at any level of cricket. Short ball again. Better directed that time from James Sales. End of the over, dot ball to finish. 215 for 6 after 56 overs. 40 overs remain in the day's play. As the helmet is brought on.
It's a little bit similar as well, isn't it, to fielding? Fielding is one of those rare things in cricket that you can control. You can control your body language. You can control your approach, how you attack the ball. Exact same thing goes for your running between the wickets. It's one of those moral victories that you can get. without having to do too much. That's been swept very fine. That will race away for 4 buys in the end. So no bat involved on that occasion from Cracknell.
Yeah, missed absolutely everything, didn't it? McManus would have been unsighted for a period of time there. He'd be disappointed that he didn't stop that one. I think Joe Cracknell might have been disappointed that it wasn't indicated that he got a little bit of bat on that as well. Stays on 31, but another 4 added to the overall score for Middlesex. Another single taken there. Very, very well judged by the pair in the middle. Quicker and flatter misfield. George Bartlett not able to cut that one off. Allow Gohar to come back for a second. Cracknell looking for a third. You can kind of tell from the body language of the Northamptonshire fielders as well. They're not exactly sure whether they should think that they're on top or whether they're kind of behind the 8 ball here in this fixture. You'd say at 222 for 6 that Northamptonshire would be on top. However, I don't necessarily get that impression through the effects mic nor through the glass window here of the commentary box. It feels slightly more evenly balanced than that, doesn't it? That one has turned and bounced, but well played. Another single taken, a quick single this time. Of course, so Joe Cracknell up to task to complete it. 223 for 6.
Yeah, Sale straight away. He's getting ready to bowl from the David Capel end. Again, though, it's almost like a microcosm of the game so far, isn't it? The fact that, I mean, for both sides, you can make arguments as to whether or not they're currently in the better position. I mean, you look at that on paper, you think in Northamptonshire would definitely take that, given the fact that Middlesex won the toss and chose to have a bat first. But this partnership has just stifled the pendulum swing, I'd say. I mean, those 2 quick wickets falling in relatively short succession, with Gedders and Higgins going within the space of 3 overs of one another. Since then, it's just had a different feel, as that one will beat the effort of the fielder. Could go for 4, still be cut off down towards deep backward point. But we see it all the time, don't we, regardless of what format of cricket. 225 for 6. If this suddenly became 240 for 8, that's a very different complexion, doesn't it? So that's what Northamptonshire have to think here. They have to keep on plugging away, chipping away, toiling away at times.
Yeah, and I think that probably backs up the point of kind of, you look at the board and 225 for 6, and you think Northamptonshire are on top, and they are at this particular moment in time, aren't you? Because as you say, if you add a couple of digits to one of the columns, all of a sudden it becomes massively in the favour of the bowling side. Whereas this partnership, for it to fall massively in the favour of the visiting side, that it would have to end up being a 3-figure partnership, I would imagine, between Cracknell and Gohar.
But they are still batting.
Yep.
And that was the point that we made earlier. The fact is the partnership now stands at 61. Yes, there have been some punchier shots played in the duration of this stand, but you can see there, the fact is both of them trusting their defence. They're not going completely hammer and tongs. It's a case of, if the ball's there to be hit, Let's just try and go for it. Doesn't have to be dispatched with complete and utter disdain. If it's there to be hit, let's try and guide it away. Let's try and find the gap. Try and utilise the extra pace that's on offer and let the ball do the work as opposed to fetching after it.
Uppercut. Has that gone all the way? It hasn't. Just bounces inside the boundary rope. What an extraordinary shot that is by Zafar Gohart, using the pace of James Sales and just uppercutting it all the way down to the Lynn Wilson Centre. He moves to 41, takes a score up to 229 for 6. What a remarkable cricket shot.
It really is, and in my opinion, one of the more underrated one in terms of the cricketer's arsenal. It's always a very pleasing shot when it's executed like that. Of course, at times, if you snick off or kind of just balloons up, obviously it's it's not as remarkable, but just look at that. Gorgeous. Puts the extra flick of the wrist in there as well for good measure.
Just to make sure that's timed wonderfully well through the offside once again, but straight to the man on the boundary rope. So we'll just be one. Still one delivery left in this over. Northamptonshire really will be desperately trying to find another seamer, won't they, that can back up that accuracy of Sanderson and Conway. Surprised maybe that Luke Proctor didn't go back to himself. James Sales was the guy that we hadn't actually seen bowled in this fixture. At one time square of the wicket, but Zaid this time will keep it inside the rope for 1.
I mean, potentially, Proctor still, of course, is an option, but potentially he just wants the bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And, of course, when you've got Calvin Harrison, who's been very disciplined so far, 1 for 22 from his 10 overs, 2 of which have been maiden overs for good measure. Maybe that's why. But no, he is definitely an option. I think as the campaign progresses and Justin Broad comes back to full fitness, I think that will be the role that he plays as the all-rounder. Can Harrison be the one just to provide a little bit of magic or force the mistake? Let's see what he can produce in these next 6 deliveries. Update as well from the South Coast. Hampshire have been bowled out for 238. Jake Lehman, the last man to go for a valiant 76.
Starts the over this from Calvin Harrison, the 4 dot balls. To Joe Cracknell, he's on 33. Can he get out of this over? Vasconcelos still lurking there at first slip. Played nicely back to the tall leg spinner. Bit of a drag down, which allows Cracknell to take the single off the final ball. 232 for 6. Cracknell on 34. He will keep the strike. Zafar Gohar on 42. We've got 5 overs to go until the tea break. Stream here powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, and it looks like we are going to get a change of bowling from the David Capel ends. So we'll get spin from both ends, at least for 1 over. The safe save replaces James Sales. Bit of a golden arm. Safe save picked up crucial wicket in that game here against Lancashire a couple of weekends ago. Left arm finger spinner. will have that short side to contend with. Will bowl very straight, wicket to wicket. And a good start on the money. Defended by Cracknell. Partnership now worth 68 between the Middlesex pair. 68 off 108 deliveries. That one is a bit of a drag down, but not far away. Diving effort at cover. Full safe, land safe. The pair complete a single. But for a moment, James Sales was very, very interested. Quicker and flatter. Gohar trying to steal the single. Cracknell turning him down, rightly so. Good start to this over and spell from Safe Save, just conceding the 1 run from the 5 deliveries. He does get away with it. 1 run conceded, 233 for 6.
Yes, a tidy start to the spell there from Safe Save. And the key there as well, he didn't over-pitch it, especially to Cracknell. Because he will go inside out over the covers if the opportunity does present itself. And of course, if you do drag it down while bowling a little bit straighter, he's got the shorter boundary on the onside. So, yeah, it's something for Zay to just be wary of when bowling to the right-hander. Especially with his natural action, looks to drift it back in. Very much the quintessential manner of bowling the left arm. Finger spin, oh, that would have been a sensational course and bowl put down by a diving Calvin Harrison. I'll tell you what, I bet his palm is stinging after that one.
That's 2 remarkable efforts now, isn't it, for Harrison? One in the slip cord and the second one off his own bowling. That one pulled away. Sizable drag down in response to that drop catch. The ball before, she said, his palm will be stinging, and I think that might be an indication that it is on the sore side. That would have been remarkable. That catch would have been remarkable had it have stuck. It does feel at the minute like it's going to take something remarkable to break this partnership, doesn't it? Score up to 237 for 6. Again, that one not really bouncing. It might be a bit of tomfoolery going on in the middle there. Aaron, I'm pretty sure it was Calvin Harrison calling the no run on the delivery before, much to the amusement of James Sales, as that is cut away behind Harry Conway. That will be 4. Takes the score into the 240s. Joe Cracknell has overtaken Zafar Gohart. Moves to 43. You can tell, can't you? That drop catch at the start of the over, just affecting Harrison here a little bit, conceding a couple of boundaries. And a googly to finish the over with a dot ball, 241 for 6 after 61.
So 3 overs to go before tea is taken here at the county ground. Just looking there at Nathan McSweeney, could we see an over from him? Did have the desired effect against Lancashire in that game a couple of weekends ago. In terms of this afternoon session, providing that there isn't a late dismissal, as we saw in the morning session, you've got to say that it has predominantly been Middlesex's, especially as a result of this partnership. At lunch, they were 106 for 4, now 241 for 6. Make that 242. Courtesy of that single from Gohar, and that is now his highest score of the season. Surpasses the 42 that he scored against Worcestershire last week. What is still very much the early days of the championship campaign.
I think it is going to be McSweeney, isn't it? To have a bowl before the tea break, just loosening those shoulders off. That one time nicely. Bartlett does the fielding. See, leg spin's such a confidence art, isn't it? And you could just see that drop catch, which would have been a remarkable catch had Calvin Harrison held onto it. You could see the deliveries afterwards. It had affected the positive mentality of the leg spinner. Responded immediately with a drag down, got hit over mid-wicket for 4, got hit for another boundary with width on offer at the end of it. We are going to get an alternative look to end the session. It'll be Nathan McSweeney to replace Calvin Harrison. So the Australian overseas bowled, was it 1 or 2 overs against Lancashire? 2, wasn't it? Picked up a key wicket. So the off spin. To finish this off, Zafar Gohar on 44. Both of the Middlesex batters on 44, in fact. Scored 244 for 6. Partnership worth 80.
It was Tom Hartley, wasn't it, that he dismissed in the Lancashire game? Trapped him LBW. How Northamptonshire would love something similar here. Just a late breakthrough here in the afternoon session.
He's bowling very quick, isn't he? Quick and flat. Not the tallest of operators, so not getting a huge amount of bounce. Nicely bowled. And a very good and quick over so far for McSweeney. You kind of get the sense that Northamptonshire would quite like this session just to be done and dusted now, wouldn't you, with these two, as that's played into the offside for a single to end the over. So 1 run conceded, 245 for 6. There will be 1 final over to go before the tea break, which will be bowled by Safe Save from the David Capel end. Safagohar takes that single, moves to 46. So yeah, the 3 wickets falling. Sorry, the 2 wickets falling in this afternoon session. That of Ben Geddes for 65. Caught by Calvin Harrison off the bowling of Ben Sanderson. And Ryan Higgins for 14. Caught at mid-on by Safe Sabe off the leg spinner of Calvin Harrison. But since then, it has been a brilliant partnership between Joe Cracknell and Safagohar. It's worth 82. There will be just one delivery left of this afternoon session. And that is final delivery of the afternoon completed. The players will make their way off the tee. The score is 246 for 6. Cracknell on 44, Safagohar on 46. Aaron Viles, it's a good, well, no, better than good partnership between the two in the middle.
Certainly is, and that has definitely been Middlesex's session as well. 140 runs added for the loss of just 2 wickets. So a little bit of planning needed for Northamptonshire heading into the evening session. Of course, they will be bolstered by the second new ball, which will be taken in 16 overs time. But yeah, for now, we'll have a short break ourselves here on commentary, and we'll be back in around about 20 minutes for the evening session. Final reminder of the score at tea, Middlesex 246 for 6.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the live stream here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. It's Middlesex, the visitors this week. They are batting. They won the toss. They elected to bat first this morning, and they're 246 for 6. Joe Cracknell, Zafar Gohar, currently in the midst of an 82-run partnership and a very good partnership as well between the pair of them. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. We're powered by Daffabet. Well, how do you see this evening session going, Mr. Viles?
Yeah, it's a fascinating one, isn't it? As we've said throughout today's broadcast, it feels like an accelerated day's play already. So I think for Northamptonshire, they would be happiest, of course, if they can polish off these final 4 wickets, bomb Middlesex out for a total. Of course, anything below 300 would be absolutely ideal. As for Middlesex, just build upon the existing partnership. Stands at 82 between Cracknell and Gohart. Still got a little bit of batting to come as well, with Toby Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm for good measure. So yeah, it's going to be a nicely poised evening session. I think that's how I'd describe it. And for both teams, definitely still plenty to play for heading into the closing stages.
Yeah, definitely completely agree with you. Calvin Harrison to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this evening, or this afternoon. In fact, it's only 25 past 4. Let's not get carried away with ourselves just yet. So it's going to be leg spin to continue eventually. Not quite sure what we are waiting for. We've got a cricket ball, which is quite often something which is lost and left behind. I think what we haven't got is a helmet for Safe Zabe, which we have now got. So hopefully we're not far away from getting this evening session underway. As you say, plenty of batting left to come for Middlesex. Plenty of hard work left to be done here for Northamptonshire. It has felt that batting has become easier and more straightforward as the day has gone on. A lot of that's going to be to do with the fact this ball is 64 overs old. So that's cut away off stump. We'll run over the rest of the square. Joe Cracknell will complete the third. So Zafar Gohar moves to 49. So that second new ball will become available in 16 overs. Cloud cover drifting its way back over again, isn't it? It did break up towards the end of that afternoon session. It's still raining in Bristol and Birmingham to give you an indication as to what the weather looks like down towards the west of the country. We think as two very, very underqualified meteorologists that we will get away with not having any weather affecting us here at the county ground today, though.
Yeah, Middlesex just 1 run shy of the first batting bonus point as well.
And a dot ball to finish the over. 249 for 6. Plenty of work left to be done here for Calvin Harrison. Who is it going to be from the David Capel end? Well, it's going to be Harry Conway to bowl this opening over of the evening session from the David Capel end. Interesting choice. I guess this will be a short and sharp burst from Conway, knowing that second new ball isn't that far away. He and Sanderson have been brilliant for Northamptonshire in this fixture so far. Conway 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 56. Sanderson 15 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 49. Going back to their premier overseas to try and break this partnership. Two slips in the gully in place for Northamptonshire. Harry Conway is underway. Gohar, the man on strike. He's on 49, so he's one away from a half century, as Aaron just said. No, Middlesex are one away from their first batting bonus point in this fixture as well. They will get it. 50 for Gohar and 250 up for Middlesex as well. Well batted, Safa Gohar, and the first points on the board for Middlesex in this fixture as well. 250 for 6, Gohar on 50.
Important runs in the wider context of the innings as well. Just been a very, very well measured innings this from Zafar Gohar. 50 comes from 78 or 79 deliveries, I should say. 4 boundaries and a 6 as well.
That one drifting onto the pads, an appeal from McManus, nothing from the bowler. And it'll be given us runs in the end as well. So 2 more added to the score and 2 more. Joe Cracknell moves to 46. So Joe Cracknell's at the moment finding the middle of that bat more often than not, isn't he? He's looked very, very good. The start of this innings, picking up from where Luis Deploy and Ben Geddes left off. That one pulled away. Fielder down there though, so it will just be a single.
Yeah, just looking at Cracknell's wagon wheel as well. Not many runs down the ground, so what we know is in the V really. In fact, he scored 0 in that region so far. The majority, the lion's share of his runs coming via backward point and square leg.
You wouldn't have thought that, would you, with the way that he's kind of attractively stroked the ball down the ground? I guess each of those shots have eventually been cut off by the bowler or the fielders. End of the over, 253 for 6. Cracknell will keep the strike. It's on 47. There'll be Calvin Harrison to start his 14th over of the day. Just the 1 wicket for the leg spinner, that of Ryan Higgins. 12 for 14. 1 slip in place as well. Vasconcelos, it is in what would be the cordon. That was a bit of aggression. Joe Cracknell, a bit of a heave into the leg side, gets a thick inside edge on it. You can see there's a real battle here between Harrison and Cracknell. They're catching one another's eye at the very moment. There's something ticking along, isn't there? Bubbling under the surface between. Oh, a bit of extra bounce, well bowled. Turn as well for Harrison that time.
Yeah, it's proper cat and mouse, isn't it, between these two? Just something to mention about Gohar as well, as he goes for the big sweep. Northamptonshire do have protection out there, and it will be cut off at deep square. He too has scored 0 runs down the ground in this half century so far. which really is interesting because, as you've said, they've played some immaculate shots, but they've been cut off every single time by mid-off or mid-on.
Oh, that's a thick outside edge. It's guided really nicely in the end past Harry Conway. It's 4 for Joe Cracknell, and it's 50 for Joe Cracknell as well. He moves to 52.
Well, for the pair of them, this continues to be a very fruitful partnership indeed. Now stands at 95.
Again, down to that short boundary. A diving Vasconcelos can't cut that off. That was very quick and very flat from Harrison. On first viewing and on the angle, it's hard to know whether that went into the ground or whether that just flew off the outside edge. Past Vasconcelos at first slip there. But back-to-back boundaries for Cracknell. One much more flighted, deliberately taking the pace off of it to end the over. Dot ball to finish, 263 for 6. Conway then from the David Capel ends. Single taken as it's just dropped into the leg side. Round of applause as it brings up the 100 partnership between Zafar Gohar and Joe Cracknell. Wonderful partnership between the two, between the Middlesex pair. Coming together in a crisis, having lost 2 quick wickets. Really steadying the ship, but not only that, also just taking the scoreboard along at a good lick as well. It's 100 off 157 balls, the partnership between the two of them. 2 slips in the gully still in place. Joe Cracknell still has the answer. And it does feel now, doesn't it? It's getting closer and closer to that period where Northamptonshire are just waiting for this second new ball to become available. We'll undoubtedly ask different questions of Zafar Gohar and the Middlesex wicketkeeper. It's still 13 or 12 and a half overs away. Could get through it pretty quickly if they go Harrison and Zabe or Harrison and McSweeney. I think if you go Zabe, you don't exactly leak too many runs, so that I'm sure will be a consideration. They don't just want to tick through these next 12 overs, potentially go at 4s or 4.5s or 5s and watch that scoreboard race past 300. But the left arm finger spinner Sabe does offer you control. But I can't believe we're going to see many more from Conway. With this old, this 67.5 over old Dukes. It's just squared up a fraction, but played with soft hands. So straight into the ground, single take. Short ball over the shoulder. Gohar picks up the length very quickly. Been a very, very good innings, isn't it, for Middlesex's number 8, now worth 52. Played some extravagant and glorious shots in this innings as well so far.
From memory, I have to say that uppercut from Gohar, probably the pick of the bunch. Just well executed, and he almost went for 6.
Under the over, dot ball to finish. Yeah, it was a stylish shot, wasn't it? Has hit 1-6 as well, which was slightly less well controlled, but yeah, that uppercut in particular off was James Sales, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Was a stunning cricket shot. Umpires coming together for a bit of a conversation. Probably talking about the weather. Or what's for tea tonight. I mean, the floodlights have been on for a while now, haven't they? It's not about the ball, because that's in the hands of Calvin Harrison. Seem happy to continue at this stage. But it is darker down towards the southwest, and that will be making its way up towards us here in Northampton. So something to consider for the 2 match officials. Still looks bright enough at the moment. Harrison continues. Starts with a bit of a drag down. That's going to put George Bartlett under a bit of pressure. Does well. Completes the second. Only other game currently live is down at Southampton at the Utility Bowl, and Somerset at 25 for 2 now in response to Hampshire's first innings score of 238 all out. Other 2 games both still off for rain in Birmingham and Bristol. Swept away. Tumbling stop, half stopped and well recovered by Zabe, I think it is, on the 45. I think he's fielded everywhere today.
It feels like it, doesn't it? He has. He's been here, there and everywhere, but he's done a really good job, has Safe Sabe, and so too have the Northamptonshire fielders for the most part. Haven't really seen too many missed fields. The ground fielding, when called upon, has been relatively good, actually. Quite a few runs have been saved. Yes, we've seen a couple of chances go down. The 2 for Harrison, very, very difficult. Certainly describe those as half chances, as that's a testing delivery from the leg spinner to round out the 69th over. Middlesex 267 for 6. Yeah, aside from the drop very early doors, that was George Bartlett, wasn't it? Dropping Sam Robson for 4. Aside from that, the fielding a lot better for Northamptonshire today.
Yeah, and I mean, the Bartlett one went quickly. I think we highlighted at the time just how close that slip cordon was off that opening spell from Ben Sanderson. And then those other 2 from Harrison, the one in the cordon and the cordon bowl, I mean, they were half chances at best. But they are those type of moments, aren't they, that can take massive momentum swings in the game of cricket if one, if not both, were taken. Conway does continue from the David Capel, then. This pair in the middle continue to have an answer. You can really tell the difference compared to what it was like this morning with that zip off the surface. It's like Gohar and Cracknell have got a lot of time to play these deliveries compared to what the Middlesex 1, 2 and 3 had earlier on this morning.
just touching upon that, it'll be intriguing to see how Northamptonshire set about with the new ball, won't it? Because it was very unorthodox in the morning session. I mean, we saw not one but 2 dismissals at short leg. The length wasn't as full as we've grown to expect here at the county ground. Sanderson and Conway just pulling back the length ever so slightly. Even on a good length, it was slightly back of a length compared to what we've grown accustomed to. Will they employ a similar strategy once the second new ball is taken, or will they go to the tried and tested methodology?
I think it's a plan that Northamptonshire have stuck to for the entire day. They have bowled straight at Middlesex. They've challenged the stumps, they've challenged the pads, they've challenged the outside edge. And I guess that could be partly how and why Middlesex have been able to score the way that they have, because they have almost had to play at nearly everything. There's not really been a passage of bowling where the ball has been left alone and it's just drifted past the outside edge for a prolonged period of time at all. It's a thick outside edge. It's driven past backward point. It will just be one. Fielder on the boundary keeps it inside the field of play. I mean, I don't know the number, so it's not going to be the most insightful comment I'm about to make here, but from recollection, I haven't seen many leaves in this innings. It's been a few, particularly the shorter balls from Liam Guthrie. Batters have got underneath, but we've not had that iconic early season county championship kind of 4th or 5th stump line where it's just left into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. It does feel the Northants bowlers have made Middlesex play at every opportunity that they could. That's a bit of a full toss, and that inability to score down the ground continues for the pair in the middle. I don't know. Have I completely misread the situation in the script there?
I wouldn't say so, no. I think it's actually a good way to measure how Northamptonshire have been bowling in terms of their particular line, especially. Because it hasn't been corridor bowling. As you've said, it's been more stump to stump, hasn't it, today? Which, just judging by the manner in which every single bowler has performed today, tends to be... Well, that's another full toss from Conway. Played back to the bowler for no run. That tends to have been the plan today. I don't think it's by coincidence that you've had Conway, Sanderson, Guthrie, Sales, even the spinners. Although with the spinners, we're quite used to seeing that from both Harrison and Safe Sade. McSweeney, the exact same. Maybe that is something that they've seen from analysis. It's a case of make Middlesex play. Don't allow them to just see off the ball and get themselves comfortable. Although these two, I know we keep on saying it, but they have done a great job. A great, great job. From 164 for 6, Middlesex now 268 for 6.
Slog swept, isn't it, into the leg side. It will beat the fielder on the boundary rope. It'll be another 4. Zafar Gohart. I think the other thing as well is the percentage of leaves, but the percentage of boundaries in this innings as well has been high throughout the course of the day so far. That short leg side, obviously, for Zafar Gohart is going to be a contributing factor towards that speed of the outfield as well. 272 for 6. On full toss, which Harrison gets away with. Just smeared at Liam Guthrie at extra cover. So just starting to see Aaron, those kind of crosshair of shadows casting off from the feet of the fielders out there on the offside. I think at the end of that Harry Conway over, that low full toss, that second full toss, I think Joe Cracknell might have just indicated to the umpire that maybe didn't quite pick that up as cleanly as what he thought he might have done. Oh, it's gone down. Another half chance for Northamptonshire. It would have been a remarkable catch. It really would have been a screamer by Vasconcelos had he held on to that one. It was low, it was full length dive to his left. Chance goes, Gohar continues. That one is cut away. We'll find the gap and we'll allow the pair to come back for a second. Would have been a screamer by Vasconcelos. Gohar on 57 at that particular moment. It's harsh, isn't it, to put them down as drops, really. There's now 3 kind of half chances that Northamptonshire have created. And on a day that it feels... This is the other thing. 6 wickets have fallen, but it doesn't feel like it's been a day that wickets could have fallen at any moment. It's been a good batting day, I think, generally.
It has, and in the vast majority of those instances, it was good bowling. It was a good setup. I think of the deploy wicket straight away. I mean, that was just genius from Sanderson in terms of the different angles of approach. He started over the wicket, then went back around, then over again, and then around, and just angled it back into the body of the Middlesex captain. Induced the outside edge of his bat, and it was a good catch from Vasconcelos. I mean, aside from the Higgins dismissal, we haven't really seen too many self-inflicted wickets here for Middlesex. It's interesting, though, you mentioned about the boundaries. And, of course, Middlesex have scored plenty of boundaries in this innings. They've scored 29 fours and a 6. But compared to all of the other games taking place, and yes, it is a very small sample size, just 4 taking place across the 2 divisions, percentage-wise, they've got the lowest boundary percentage. Which just goes to show the other aspect of the game. There have been plenty of boundaries, but just as importantly, they have ran incredibly well between the wickets. And it goes back to that previous conversation in the afternoon session. If there has been an opportunity to score a quick single, the visitors have taken it. If there's been an opportunity to convert a 2 into a 3, every single time they're wanting to go for it. And at the end of the day, that is what has got them to this position. What was once very precarious at 20 for 3, 275 for 6, looks a lot healthier, but there's still work to be done.
A lot of cricket to be played as we've got a change in bowling. Guthrie has replaced Harry Conway from the David Capel end. That slingy, quick left-arm Australian. Luke Proctor in Northamptonshire. Looking to save a bit of fuel in the tank for Conway when that second new ball becomes available. As the runs continue to tick along here at the county ground, 277 for 6. .278 now on the board. Both of these batters on 61. It's a commanding defence, isn't it, by Joe Cracknell? It really does show the full face of the cricket bat when he elects to play defensively. Looks like he's got a lot of time as well. Crunch through the offside. Just one, though. Zabe finding a new position to field in that particular moment. It's another single taken. 279 for 6. 24 overs remain in the day's play. Excitingly for Northamptonshire, it's only 8 now until that second new ball becomes available.
It's definitely the mission here, isn't it, for Northants? Of course, if they can obtain at least another wicket before that second new ball is taken, then that's fantastic. But if not, a lot of the emphasis, a lot of the onus will lie on the likes of Sanderson and Conway to do the damage with the new cherry.
Yeah, I think the concern is what the quality of the light is like in 8 overs time as well. Do Northamptonshire get to use the second new ball in these cloudy conditions? Another single taken. Very well run once again by Cracknell. Because it's certainly deteriorating out there at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been quite a relatively gloomy afternoon, hasn't it, really? A few bursts of sunshine early doors, but since then, very much grey and overcast.
It's a bit of a drag down from Harrison that Gohar just can't quite get hold of. That wagon wheel down the ground still remains empty. That was certainly targeting that short mid-wicket boundary. Uses the pace that time and guides it past Vasconcelos for 1, I think. Bartlett does well. You've got to do well to keep this pair down to just a single. How do you feel about the scheduling as well, Aaron? Obviously, we had 2 weeks of bumper fixtures, all 18 counties playing. Everybody gets excited. Everybody gets hyped about the new year, and we get to round 3. And 10 of the teams have got their boots up for a weekend. Swept away, powerfully swept away. He's definitely middled this one. That's going to put Bartlett under pressure and does very, very well. Umpire Vile signalling the boundary early on. But he does save a run.
And again, that goes back to our previous point. Great hustle on display there by George Bartlett. Made plenty of ground, puts the body on the line. Has done an excellent job. The partnership now, though, 120 for the 7th wicket. Top tier stuff, this, between Gohar and Cracknell. And dare I say, beginning to approach record territory in first-class cricket between Middlesex and Northamptonshire. So we see the ends of the over. 73 have been bowled. Middlesex 284 for 6. So the umpires again just have a little bit of a meeting out there in the middle. The light situation hasn't really improved. You can still see those crosshairs or the X's.
I think it's the pace, isn't it, that's the problem here. And Guthrie being the quickest of the Northamptonshire bowlers. I mean, it won't upset Northamptonshire, I don't think, to bowl spin from both ends up until this second new ball. But then clearly they're not going to continue to bowl spin once that second new ball has been taken. And they are, in fact, making their way off. So unfortunately, the afternoon's entertainment has been postponed a little bit. Hopefully we'll make our way back out. I'm not exactly sure what the cloud cover and the weather forecast does look like for the rest of the afternoon, but the players will make their way off for bad light at 284 for 6. Partnership unbroken, Cracknell on 66 and Zafar Gohar on 62. We'll take a break, Aaron, and if and when we get some cricket back here at the county ground, we will join you once again.